Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome, and let us begin. So first of all, a quick question. What is circularity? Well, if you were to look 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it was most likely this annoying thing that certain people were talking about. Maybe you had some extra demands from the government. But more and more, we notice that it's actually a necessity. And even more and more in today's age, we notice that it is becoming a regular occurrence. But today, we're going to discuss a very particular aspect of it, and that it's simply very good business. To that end, we're going to discuss three distinct topics today. One is going to be about construction, the other is going to be about food systems, and the last one is going to be about energy. There's a particular aspect why we have upgraded to this format, because actually the beginnings go back to last year, where we had a very, very successful trade delegation to Slovenia. So the trade delegation went to Croatia and Slovenia on the topic of renewable energy. And we have actually adopted the most successful parts of that trade delegation and incorporated it into today's event. So also afterwards, one of the additions is going to be a particular wine tasting, and also other beverages for you to try out, as well as a very, very powerful focus on negotiation, business, and networking. So at first part, we're going to have more of a knowledge transfer to understand what are the current paradigms and current developments in these three particular areas. And afterwards, we're going to open the floor so you guys can do actual business. To that end, let us begin. First off, we're going to have a speech from the diplomatic side, which is the formal base for all international relations. So first, I would like to present to you the speech from Johan Overboom, who is His Excellency the Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to the Republic of Slovenia. Thank you.
I personally strongly believe in this agenda. The entire Netherlands is nowadays focusing on recycling and producing secondary materials from waste. We are innovating new circular business models in all spheres of our society. We have to create a more resilient economy that benefits both people and our planet. And it's extremely important that our two nations are working together. Dear participants to the Slovenian Dutch Business Platform in Rotterdam, my hometown, by the way. Just a week ago, I had the opportunity to welcome the Slovenian delegation to the Netherlands at my residence here in beautiful Ljubljana. And I'm impressed by the size and high quality of the delegation with some very interesting companies. As embassies here in Ljubljana and the Slovenian embassy in The Hague, we are very active in promoting the trade between our two countries. And I'm very pleased that our trade is growing each year. Last year it was even 2.5 billion euros. And that's going in two directions. We are seeing a lot of Dutch businessmen here in Slovenia, and now you are with a big delegation in the Netherlands. The focus of your delegation is sustainability and circular economy, as this is a priority for both our countries. And I personally strongly believe in this agenda. The entire Netherlands is nowadays focusing on recycling and producing secondary materials from waste. We are innovating new circular business models in all spheres of our society. We have to create a more resilient economy that benefits both people and our planet. And it's extremely important that our two nations are working together. Finally, let me tell the Dutch participants of today's business forum why you should choose Slovenia for your next business trip. Slovenia offers a unique blend of a strategic location in the region. You will find many innovative spirits here and a strong commitment to sustainability. I hope to see you here, and if you have any questions, please be in contact with our embassy. I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you.
We would also like to thank the Dutch embassy in Ljubljana, not only for their continued support and friendship, but also for the amazingly warm reception we have had that actually started the entire trade delegation last week on Monday. But of course, there's a second part of the equation, the other half of the diplomatic equation that we have here present today. So to that end, I would like to call upon His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Slovenia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Mr. Jozef Drofenik.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me first greet and welcome you all, especially members of the Slovenian business delegation in the Netherlands, in the city of Rotterdam, one of the biggest European ports. It is not only a port, but predominantly a business center of the Netherlands and whole northwest of the European continent. With business-oriented municipality and mayor, I been informed that he is aware of this event today. So, dear Slovenian businessmen, you came to the right place in micro and macro sense. As a Slovenian ambassador in The Hague, I'm extremely happy that after a long time we have here quite big delegation, which might be a signal that Slovenian businesses finally find Dutch market as very attractive, very much advanced in many senses, either from innovation point of view, business approaches, technology, etc. As I mentioned, business approaches and technologies, I had in mind circular economy, green transition, as well as sustainable food production and bioeconomy. And I see that these sectors are topics of the panels today. And I found interesting sustainable construction panel as an area where Slovenian business can share its innovative and best practices with Dutch partners. While on other areas like sustainable food production, we must learn from the Dutch achievements. As I'm an official representative of the Republic of Slovenia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, I would like, and I have to state, that our two countries share a lot of common interests and have an excellent bilateral relations. Economic and wider social interactions are good and rich. The Netherlands is the 10th partner in trade, I mean Slovenian partner. Dutch tourists to Slovenia are on the 5th place among the foreign tourists. In wider context, we are partner in EU and NATO, like-minded and in quite some areas, starting with the rule of law, human rights, gender equality, and so on. But you are not here for that. I mention this because sharing the best business practices, technologies, and finally doing business is much easier and sustainable if you deal with friends and like-minded people and partners. I wish you very fruitful meetings today, and please allow me to use this opportunity to invite you this afternoon, late afternoon in fact, on the continuation of your B2B meetings and matchmaking in the form of reception. I promise you that you will not be disappointed with Slovenian wines, including sparkling. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. As has been stated, we're going to have a reception after the official program. It's going to be approximately from 5 to 7, which is going to extend further the negotiation and discussion phases, hopefully in a more relaxed environment. But of course, there's another arm to international trade. Of course, we have discussed the diplomatic baseline, but what would we do without the organizations, government organizations, that are focused on internationalization of both Dutch and Slovene companies? So on this part, we are extremely happy to see a growing collaboration between the Dutch and Slovene sides. And on the Dutch side, we would like to present a speech from RVO themselves, from Mr. Auke Boer, the Business Development Coordinator, Southeastern Europe, from the Netherlands Enterprise Agency.
Welcome, friends from Slovenia. Welcome to the Netherlands. And my name is Auke Boer. I'm the Business Development Coordinator, Southeastern Europe at the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. And we are very happy that you came all the way to the Netherlands to work with us on renewable energy, on the circular economy, including circular construction and circular food. We really want to thank the Slovenian-Dutch business platform and also Spirit for organizing this business forum during this visit. And we are very sorry that we cannot be there ourselves as Netherlands Enterprise Agency, but we want to stress that we had a beautiful trade mission in renewable energy to Slovenia and Croatia last September with 9 Dutch companies joining. And also on circular economy, we want to work increasingly together between Dutch and Slovenian companies. So we are very happy that this business forum is being organized, and we hope to see you also ourselves in the future. Thank you very much.
As on the diplomatic side, also on the government organization side, we also have the other half, which was already mentioned, Spirit Slovenia. Regrettably, however, I have to announce that Ms. Tanja Drobnic, could not make it today and has asked us very kindly to have Spirit represented by SDBP, which is also the contract partner, to address you. So I would like to call upon the SDBP president, Mr. Marko Sladojevic.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, dear friends, colleagues, representatives of the Slovenian and Dutch business world, thank you very much for coming to the Netherlands, and I wish you a very fruitful day. We don't believe in words, so I'm going to keep it very short. I would like to basically, I'm not as a gifted speaker as my predecessor, but I would like to share a couple of words about our business club, what we so basically we were established in 2003, so 20 years of hard work dedicated to the enhancement of our cooperation between our great countries. As you know, Slovenia is a little small country, but a great nation. I really recommend checking it out because although we are a small market, we are also a hub for a much bigger market, which is in the region. There are 20 million people living in the region next to Slovenia, and you could use it as your business hub for the future business operations. Our business club is one of the few fully digitalized clubs, so whatever happens live here happens also online, so there are members and prospective members can follow globally, you know, and enjoy all the perks that we can offer to our members. We try to be of a proper service to you. So basically, what you really need, whatever you need, be it in Slovenia or in the Netherlands, we can help you with to foster your business relations. And when I say that, we really offer both legal services. We have law offices both in Holland as well as in Slovenia, accounting services, business development, business consulting services. So feel free to contact us and approach us, and we will do our best to help you make proper contacts and get the most out of our relations. So thank you very much for coming, and I wish you a very successful business forum, and see you later, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you again to both of their excellencies, the government officials, and our dear president, Marcos Ledojevic. Of course, since circularity is the name of the game, and particularly the name of the game for this trade delegation, we couldn't have done it without partners. Could be HCH, the Holland Circular Hotspot, could be Blue City, which is a prime example of how circularity could be done so things do not go to waste, so that virgin materials are not thrown away. And of course, we have a prime example coming right up with Sabine Rau-Oberhuber, who is the co-founder at Turn2 and Madaster. She's also a circular economy expert and cutting-edge innovator, keynote speaker, and author of Material Matters, the circular economy bestseller. Moreover, she's here to welcome us. On behalf of the supervisory board of our co-organizers, Holland Circular Hotspot. Sabine?
Thank you. Thank you very much, and a warm welcome to you, Excellencies, and a warm welcome to all the guests here joining us today on this business forum. I'm very, very pleased to give a warm welcome to you on behalf of Holland Circular Hotspots. Here in Blue City. Blue City has been one of the first hotspots, actually, of circularity in the Netherlands since the very, very beginning. It is now a place gathering 55 entrepreneurs focusing daily on making Holland or the world more circular. A lot of innovations have come from this place, and I think that is therefore the perfect place here to add to this legacy, in fact, and create new ideas in this forum together, because it is all about collaboration. The circular economy would not be possible alone. It is very important that we meet each other and we exchange ideas, and that we actually start to collaborating, because the circular economy is about creating circular value chains, and value chains are by definition something which stretches beyond national borders. So in that respect, I'm very, very pleased that we have this international delegation here. And actually, this is also what the Holland Circular Hotspot loves to do, to convene people to exchange ideas and make sure that we exchange the knowledge and the experience we gathered in the circular economy domain here in the Netherlands. So it is wonderful that actually the most circular country in Europe meets the most greenest country in Europe, Slovenia. So I'm very, very much looking forward to all our discussions here today, and moreover, I'm looking forward to the collaborations which hopefully will come from this day, in which we'll together make sure that this continent will be much more circular in a couple of years. Thank you so much, and have a great and fruitful day.
I'm going to give you the wine a little bit later. Is that okay? Thank you very much. With that, we conclude the formal speeches and we get right into the meat of today's event, beginning, of course, with connecting on the European level. Because, of course, what is nation to nation if there's not a wider regional aspect to the entire story? So for this case, we have brought together and invited Ms. Andrea Kutnar from Inner Renew to give a short presentation of the new European Bauhaus initiatives from NEBA.
Dear participants of Slovenian Dutch Business Forum, I am really sorry I cannot be with you in Rotterdam and discuss all potential collaborations. But at the same time, I'm very honored that I can welcome you here and share with you our developments. It's hard to say a lot in a few words, but I will try, and I will have a support of a few videos to be shared. First, let me emphasize that I'm coming from the University of Primorska, Slovenia, where I'm a professor of wood science, and I am a director of a research institute in Renew that is dealing with wood use in the built environment. Already 8-9 years ago, we got this crazy idea that we need to emphasize timber and its use in the built environment and approach the development of new science through the interdisciplinary approach. Although New European Bauhaus, that you just heard about it, was not existing at that time, we approach our developments in this way. After I conclude my introduction, I will ask my colleagues that are there with you in person to show you a video of InnoRenew and how we are actually trying to advance the knowledge in the field. At the same time, I would like to share with you that all this experience that we gained through the development of a research institute, we also applied in development of a first pioneer hub of New European Bauhaus Academy on sustainable buildings, also at the University of Primorska. We established it last year, and this year it grew into international European network. And also about this, I would like to ask my colleagues to share with you a short video. For the end, I would say that whoever is interested to be part of the Academy or would like to be advancing and developing innovative new approaches how we build and live in our built environment in the future, to contact us through colleagues that are organizing the event or directly where our contacts are available on the webpage. Thank you. I wish you a successful meeting.
In the forest, time is measured in growth and in seasons. In the forest, there is tranquility and regeneration. You can experience nature's regenerative power here, in Slovenia's largest wooden building. Pause to feel and smell the wood, relax your eyes, then explore by following our gently sloping stairs. The building is a blend of InnoRenew COE's interdisciplinary creative and scientific work to improve wooden construction and amplify its positive impact on people and society. We innovate to inspire people to build with wood. Our community is our staff, our city, our partners, and the thousands of visitors that have come to learn how wood and other bio-based materials address many challenges we face today. Will you join us to change the way we build? The New European Bauhaus Academy will develop and provide training across the construction ecosystem for architects, engineers, builders, and the public. An alliance of Academy hubs is dedicated to building a training network across Europe to transfer knowledge about bio-based construction, renovation, and urban transformation. The New European Bauhaus Academy Alliance will reach all levels of the construction ecosystem with certified training in higher education, vocational training, and continuing education for professionals. New skills provided through the New European Bauhaus Academy Alliance will lead to a more sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful built environment. Training provided by hubs across Europe will be tailored to the needs of learners, quality certified, and available through a digital platform or in person. The New European Bauhaus Academy Alliance is designed to grow, and we will invite new regional and topical hubs to join us and develop skills across Europe and beyond.
Of course, there is another example of one of our longest running partners on the European level. And that, of course, is Climate KIC, or Climate Kick. We have collaborated with them on numerous events, such as the deep demonstration program that was held in Ljubljana at the castle, which was one of the most successful events, also with a long-term impact. Of course, we had to include them here today as well. So that I would like to call upon Iliona Puskas from Climate Kick holding BV.
Thank you very much. Yes. Oh yeah. These are not my slides. These are not my slides, but I can talk without them while we locate them. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for the kind invitation, which to me shows a very progressive thinking and being in the avant-garde of business innovation and keeping an open mind to invite New European Bauhaus to be your inspiration and input when you start your exploration here in the Netherlands. And myself, I'm Ilona Puskás. I represent the EIT community, New European Bauhaus, and we have been acting as implementing body for the Joint Research Center of the European Commission ever since the inception of the New European Bauhaus, coming from Ursula von der Leyen's address in 2020, and initiated through a co-design phase of 6 months in 2021, and then resulting in a wider portfolio of activities which revolve around 3 key values: sustainability, inclusiveness, and aesthetics or quality of life. So what's the relationship to the, yes, my slides, perfect. Yes, the New European Bauhaus is dubbed to be the soul of the European Green Deal. And I must say that this is a quite unique formulation, and it's possibly the first time that the word soul appeared on the agenda of the European Union so explicitly. And it's a holistic concept that merges the 3 operating principles of participation, transdisciplinarity, and multi-level engagement. And we see here on the slide how these interact with each other and further inclusivity, beauty, and sustainability. And I would say the key ethos of the New European Bauhaus is to break down dichotomies like greening and, say, technology, innovation and art, and, for instance, culture and, technological innovation. So it is really supporting us in having a joint kind of North Star towards competitiveness, and while we don't leave anyone behind, and we tackle all global challenges as a united front. Yeah, the original Bauhaus had a slightly different goal, but what we borrow from it is that it is really overarching and blending disciplinary silos into one, and seeking practical applications and furthering the spirit of experimentation to create functional and beautiful design. The EIT community NEB as such is funded by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and it aggregates into the consortium 4 or 5 of the KICs, the knowledge and innovation communities that we have that have a thematic focus. So climate KIC, food, urban mobility, manufacturing, and loosely connected with EIT Digital. And we together join forces to optimize how we make the new European Bauhaus vision a reality. And we are lucky enough to have the largest innovation ecosystem in Europe backing us, and we capitalize on a track record of a mandate closing to 15 years for the first generation KICs like Climate KIC. And we have designed a journey which is based on social demand for change. So for us, this is what drives us and what informs all the decisions that we take, and how we operationalize some of the quite lofty terms that are present in the very academically rigorous conceptualization of the new European Bauhaus. So we have two main tracks that have a very porous differentiation between them. So we really try to cross-pollinate across all 7 activities that we currently run. And initially, we followed the knowledge triangle integration principle of the EIT and try to go along the lines of learning, education, ideation, citizen engagement, and business creation. So at present, the kind of the smaller scale initiatives that we support come to us through Ignite NEB, our signature event that have evolved from a hackathon series, and we have enriched it with a celebratory moment that really carries the new European Bauhaus in an embodied manner. So we really seek unconventional partnerships to be able to show the diversity that an Ignite NEB event and projects born out of it can mean. And these projects, this is one of the small entry points. Activists, artists, architects, and any engaged citizen is welcome to join these events and bring their ideas, work closely with the challenge owners that show up and really firsthand share what's the pressing issue in the local context. And then they develop an idea that can make it to the grown-up phase where they pilot, prototype, test, and incubate their ideas, which then can turn into startups. Startups which make it to our accelerator, which is bespoke. It's a methodology that merges and builds on all the experience that we have through the various KICs. Can I feedback? Yes. Yes, and the citizen engagement is also from the Grow NEB or from the Ignite NEB. It can be more socially engaged, non-profit projects that result from this initial idea. And we have been working with a network of cities in the Co-Create NEB to activate public space in order to make a real impact on the ground and scale it up consequently. And then we have a pool of mentors, which I would invite you to explore, because we have a very distinct skill set that sits in the intersection of social design, social innovation, inclusiveness, movement building, and traditional business mentoring. So I brought 2 examples, which are actually 4, because these projects were originally part of the citizen engagement co-create and connect calls, and then they were successful in being scaled into a larger scope of projects. So this is from Ljubljana, Library of Things, sharing economy, and gaining buy-in from local stakeholders and building community in addition. And this project is tackling the challenges of open space and green space in healthcare, and improving facilities and creating a very tangible manifestation of what New European Bauhaus means and how it contributes to a more livable city and a beautiful environment that all can enjoy and relate to. Thank you for your attention, and I would invite you to approach me at any point, and we have a lot of opportunities. So this, what I touched upon is the smaller scale, but we go towards like quite big collaboration, so feel free to talk to me. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. I want to see some energy. Wow. Why do we need some energy? Because you need energy to build things. And that's actually the topic of the upcoming panel and the upcoming discussion, sustainable construction. I'm going to hand off the torch to my fellow moderator, Ram Dušić-Hren, please.
Thank you, Luca. It is my big pleasure to open this first panel of today's event. First, a few fun facts. That's always fun. What would you say, what percentage of data generated by the construction industry is actually used? Any guesses? 7, less than 5. Good guess, it's actually 5%. So 95% of data never even gets used. Second question, what percentage of homes in OECD countries are vacant? What would you say? How much? 75? You mean empty, empty. 25, yeah, 25? 15? Yeah, it's an average of 10%. Slovenia is at 10.5%, Netherlands is doing better, 4.3% of empty homes. And the fun one, what is the most renovated room, statistically? Kitchen, of course. So, when I was preparing for this panel, I asked myself what really made construction unsustainable. Throughout most of the history of human construction, we're basically putting together materials that we found in nature in more and more sophisticated ways. And then along the way, two things happened. Number one, we grew. And we started using resources that nature could provide way faster than nature can regenerate. Stuff like land, wood, and deposits that took millions of years to form. And the second thing that happened is we learned to make materials that don't even occur in nature. Which means that nature doesn't even have efficient mechanism for regenerating those materials. And what do these two things mean? Well, it means that if we want to be sustainable, meaning that we want to continually be able to satisfy our needs, we need to become managers. We need to manage these resources and manage the whole process from design to construction to the reuse of the materials. And that is the topic of this panel. In today's world, that can only be done by a coherent, digitalized process, end to end. So our speakers today will address this topic, and without further ado, I will invite our first speaker, whom you already met, and Luca introduced her very nicely, Sabine Rau-Oberhammer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there's a clicker for the slides. Yes, I would like to introduce you today, thank you so much, for a platform which we initialized in 2017 after having worked on circular construction for many, many years before. We realized that every circular building we made needed documentation in order to be really realize its circular potential. Because when you create something, a circular product, a circular building, it is meant to be dismantled and reused in the future. But who knows in the future what you have put in the building? Who knows what materials are in there? Who knows how to dismantle it in order to really put everything into use on the most highest level which is possible. And for that we realized we needed to create something which we called at the time a material passport. And we did that for the first buildings we created ourselves manually with Excel sheets, etc., and then realized we need something at scale. We need to really map the whole entire built environment in order to make sure that we can reuse it in the future. And that was the moment we conceived something which we called Madaster, the cadaster for materials. And we started that in 2017, and the first part of the platform was meant to really analyze building information models, but also Excel sheets, and to give you the amount of material which was in each layer of brand in the building, and calculate its circularity, show you what exactly it was in there, and also make sure that you can calculate the residual material value which is in the building. We created this idea with 33 companies in the whole of the Netherlands, from the whole construction industry, and then we realized that every stakeholder had different needs for information. So we really co-created this platform to give each stakeholder the information it needed for their own circularity purposes. And in the meantime, the platform has grown. Demands also from the taxonomy, from the reporting initiative, etc., have made that Madaster is really a tool which has been advanced and to give you a number of reports which you can calculate and report on your building. It is embedded carbon, it is on detachability of your building, the circularity, the residual financial value, but it also can give you a overview of your whole building portfolio in terms of a CRESP analysis. So that means till what time does your portfolio really adhere to the regulation. And we are very, very proud that this small initiative from 2017 has grown into the whole, is growing in Europe very, very rapidly. So we have now 8 countries in Europe where Madaster actually is operational. The platform is used by all those companies which you see here on this list and much more. We have millions of square meters already registered in the platform, and we are expanding year by year our network and the countries we operate in. And we would very, very happy if Slovenia would be one of the next countries where Madaster is also being operated. So thank you very much for being here, and we are really looking forward to collaborate with you. Thank you so much.
Do we have any question for Sabine? If there's any question, we have time for one.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Nina. I'm from Slovenia. what does it mean that the platform starts operating in a country? Is the user linked to a specific company? Can it be taken up by a public authority also that is focused on built environment? Yeah, thanks.
That's a very, very good question. We actually always start with a partner who wants to start the platform in the specific country. That can be a public authority. That can also be an enterprise in Germany. It's an engineering company which we collaborated with in the UK. It's a recycling company who was the initiator. And then from that we build a network in order to make sure that the platform is really also really made specific to the building standards, to the building codes, to also the building culture, because the construction environment is really so much culturally specific that it is very important to create that network. And the beautiful thing about the Madaster platform is that it is always also a physical network of people who are really at the forefront of circularity. So we see all those gatherings are also places of inspiration and of networking, because yes, we have to create this circular economy and circular built environment together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Nina, for the question. And with that, we're moving to our next speaker, who is Melita Gulja. She's coming from a company, Netis, who's developing next-gen business solutions on top of secure technologies, such as blockchain and verifiable credentials. And you're very eager to speak, so I will make no further introduction and give the microphone.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm really happy to be here. I am Melita, and as said, I'm coming from company Netis. I'm here to talk about digital product passport from technology perspective, to give you an insight what this technology can do, and also why is it important in terms of sustainability. So first of all, a few words about company Netis. We are Slovenian based, but we really operate internationally and have built quite a reputation, mainly because of our involvement with European Commission. We are one of the lead architects of European blockchain services infrastructure. And recently we have also been selected as one of 7 companies in the world to be a part of Silicon Valley Innovation Program for the United States Homeland Security. And we are also members of many groups for standardization of new technologies, and also we are part of a working group for digital product passport within the European Commission. So our commercial focus is on consulting companies, on developing new technologies, and also we are developing our own solutions under the brand name My Next ID. So what we do, we actually use new technologies and new concepts like digital wallets, decentralized identity, secure data exchange, to make digital infrastructure more resilient, more interoperable, more secure, and privacy preserving. So we want to put more trust in digital transactions. So why does trust even matters online? Because if you think about it, users and companies interact online every day. However, today we still don't have tools that would allow us to identify online quickly, and also to issue or verify different documents in a format that is widely acceptable. And this is why many of the processes are still taking time and are slow in a way. So what do? One of the main technologies for making this digital world more transparent and interoperable are verifiable credentials. This is quite new technology, so I'm not sure if you all know it, but in a way, to simply put, it helps us connect different data with an identity, meaning we now have the technology to perhaps digitize documents that we know that we use today only offline, meaning passports, certificates, warranties, and things like that. Using these verifiable credentials, we can digitize them in a form that we know for sure who is the issuer of this document, and this also means that they are instantly to verify, meaning that different companies can verify the identity of the company, of the issuer instantly. So this is why they are really important. So in the aspect of digital product passport, verifiable credentials are the technology that is going to be implemented. This means that digital product passports that will be formed in the European Union in the future years will have to use credentials to be compliant with the coming legislation. And what does this actually mean? The digital product passport will include different data of the product throughout its life cycle, and when the digital product is generated, it will get a unique ID in a way that it is machine readable, searchable, and structured with open standards. And this will allow that true interoperability. So why digital product matters? So this is not something that our company came up with and now tries to sell it, but this is something that European Union will demand you to have, especially if you are coming from sectors that are mentioned here, so batteries, textile, electronics, food packaging, plastic, and construction. So meaning all these sectors that use the most resources and perhaps are not that sustainable today. So this Green Deal wants to make products sustainable, make this the norm, and also empower consumers. So how does it work? Perhaps I've forgotten to mention you earlier, but here on the right side you can see the digital product passport we made for a big Slovenian company, Plastica Skaza. So we integrated the data from their ERP system and created digital product passport that now includes different data about how this line was created, how what is their carbon footprint, who made them, where the plastic came from, and how it can be reused and recycled. And the end user will see that in a form of a QR code, and the next line of Bokashi Organco products will be already equipped with these digital product passports. So this means that we now have the technology to start using it in everyday processes. So this is it from my side. I hope I have answered a few questions. And even though the legislation is still not implemented now, probably it will be in 2025 or 26. I think this is now the right time that you start, and of course we are here to help you with that. So thank you.
As before, wait, Melita, wait. As before, we're taking bids for one quick question. Very quick, 1 minute. Going once, going twice. We have a question from the moderator.
My question is a bit general, but where do you see the largest potential for this technology to truly go exponential?
Well, this technology can be and is already being implemented in various sectors. For example, we really collaborate with universities at this point because, for example, in Spain, we are now connecting 6 different universities which will issue diplomas and micro-credentials using this technology. And there are many pilots in the European Union already active today in terms of mainly education, but also other spheres, but I'm not familiar with all of them. And this is already being active and implemented as we speak, so I hope I answered that. Okay.
Thank you. Can I ask you for the clicker back? Ah, you put it there. Okay, sorry. I wrongly accused you. With that, we are now moving to the roundtable discussion, even though the table is square. I'm inviting on stage Ms. Mira Conci from Climate Kick. Applause, please. Vladimir Gumilar from the construction cluster of Slovenia. Jaap Wiedenhof from Quake. Andrej Premelj from Result. And Mia Sušnik from Demo Consultants. This is a really inspiring group. I'm looking forward to this discussion. We met once in preparation for this discussion, and we had a really interesting debate online, so I'm now really happy to take this public. First, could you just very briefly tell us who you are and what you're the most proud of in your work? We can start maybe on Mia's side.
Hi everyone. Working? Yeah. My name is...
Does it work?
Works? Yeah? Okay. My name is Mia Sušnik. I work for Demo Consultants. Demo is a consultancy company that is helping its customer find optimal solution for their real estate. It is based in Delft, and as you can probably hear from my name, I'm Slovene, working in the Netherlands. What I am the most proud of in my work, I would say that within Demo we have also a department for the research, and we work on EU-funded research projects on sustainable development and energy efficiency. So being part of these projects and working on really cool, innovative solutions is something that I really enjoy working and I'm proud of.
Thanks. I am Mira Conci. I am with the EIT Climate Kick. You heard my colleague Ilona speaking before. What we are most proud of is to be helping European cities to reach climate neutrality by 2030. We have an initial cohort of 112 cities who are accelerating their ambition through collaboration, partnerships and systemic innovation. And it's a very exciting moment for European cities to be at the forefront of innovation globally. So there's a lot of work to do there.
No.
Double microphone technique.
They all work, yeah. Okay. My name is Vladimir Gumilar. I'm director of Construction Cluster of Slovenia, supporting companies in innovation in last years in circle direction. I'm proud that I managed to survive the cluster for 20 years and be happy to be member of or part of family of 3,000 clusters in Europe, which are more or less all working also in the circle direction.
Hi, I'm Jaap Wiedenhof. I'm a partner at Oosterhof, which would take more than a minute to explain. It's a collaboration of a lot of companies in the engineering, which rather than a lot of the other large companies decided to keep their own name and collaborate in what we call the ecosystem Oosterhof. In that ecosystem, 4 years ago, I was allowed to start an innovation company. And I'm super proud of what happened there. I always used to be proud and still am on a lot of the buildings that I was involved in. I can see at least 4 or 5 of them from here. And they're beautiful buildings. They're engineering-wise, I love them. But they don't comply to what we need today. And what we managed to do in Quake is have people like me with 30 years of doing innovative, beautiful designs with brilliant architects being taught by young kids what they need for their lives tomorrow.
Hi, my name is Andrej Premac. I'm a product owner for company Result from Slovenia. The company deals with AI and data engineering and software development. It's involved in a lot of projects, but the project that's involved, that's basically why I'm here, is that we are involved in the Restart project, which is the live integral European project, and we are basically supporting the construction industry to become more circular, and also we want to establish digital passports in Slovenia as well. So what I'm proud of is working in a company which solves various problems and also helping the world to be sustainable.
Thank you for the introductions. Intermezzo for the audience in the back, can you hear okay? Yes? Could be better? Can we raise the volume on the speakers' microphones? Okay. We have a sound engineer. Yes, I could tell. Okay, good. Thank you. So with that, we move to the main question of this discussion. So we're talking about the importance of connecting the entire process from design to construction to material reuse. So from your experience in projects and on the market, what do we still need to do to make this happen? This time we're taking how do we call that? You get to choose who starts. Whoops.
Speaking from our experiences, we really need some regulatory probably push, because implementing digital passports in the construction sector in Slovenia, we don't see that this will be accepted in an organic way, but either the companies will have some regulatory push to do this, or either some business diversity should drive this forward. Mostly, I think the mentality is still that this is a little bit of an overhead. And I'm not a biggest fan of regulatory, but of regulations, but this really needs to be synced. What should be in a digital passport? Who is the agency that is allowed to issue it? Who is the agency that is allowed to check it? Where is the passport stored? I think that we should approach this in the same way as as we all have our passports. The regulative should be kind of the same. I mean, it's different data, but at the end of the day, it's almost the same use case.
Yeah, I have a very good example. We're at the moment doing the refurbishment of the Palace of Justice in The Hague, which is a very interesting institute because it's the first institute that told the government, although there's no law that you're not complying to, you still have to reduce carbon, no matter what. We had the competition and we sort of held a mirror in front of them and we said, now it's your turn. So you have to forget everything you ever thought about the built environment. You have to get used to a new way of thinking. We call it not passive buildings, but active people. It's not that passive buildings are bad, but active people are better. Once you start to do that, we want to reuse material. How do you do it? There's no norms for it. The norms are used for new materials. The passports, the whole circularity today is based on still using new materials that can be reused in the future. How do we handle reusing material that's actually already there? It's a huge problem. Reusing glass, reusing natural stone, reusing steel. The norms are not there, the economic system isn't there. And one of the good things there, what we saw, is that you really need people that from within the system and with knowledge want to change the system. So we convinced people in the RVB, the Dutch building agency for the government, that it was a bit strange that I, as a taxpayer, think of something that saves me tax money, but that saves a lot of carbon, but it's not allowed because it's for the budget of a government building, it overruns the budget. If I do reuse of materials in the Netherlands, it's labor in the Netherlands, tax is paid in the Netherlands. If I build the glass, the money goes to Luxembourg. So you have to work, I think, with people to change the system. We invented the system, we need to change it. There's too much in the system that's based on the assumption of new materials. Even if we build it in such a way today that it can be reused in the future.
I would ask you to look around, look out. What do you see? Nice weather. Special day. Special day here in Rotterdam. But you see built environment. And we cannot be here without built environment. And if I would ask you which industry is fancy, what would you say? Construction?
Fashion.
Aerospace? Yeah, but there is no aerospace without built environment. So we are here, and there is enormous potential of materials already over there. You can see them. In 20 or 30 years, this should be reused somehow. So there is a huge challenge. The second thing I would like to say, the construction is not fancy, but was always innovative and sustainable. When we started building shelters, we used natural materials. Later, materials efficiency was very important because it was hard to get the materials. So there is no a statement that construction is not sustainable. We always think on maintaining good design for buildings to last for years, not for one season, as maybe some other industry. So we are working in this domain, and as Ram said at the beginning, we came to limits of the materials we use, technology we use, and it's really a time for change. And actually IT technologies is one of the changes which can support us in this further innovation. And I will say again innovation, and this goes to what Sabine said at the beginning. This is about collaboration nowadays. There is no innovation in construction without cross-sectoral collaboration. We had a meeting yesterday of one of our projects, and the project officer said, why you talk about the cross-sector collaboration between textile, aerospace and construction? And we just start saying examples, what we mean with that, and she was like, okay, this is really very important. And who is there? Who has the guts to do that? Normally, SMEs, small companies with brave guys with a lot of knowledge, which would like to do something new. And here I would like to say that the European Commission is supporting this within different instruments, and the one I'm involved, our cluster is involved in last years, are cascade funding and Euro clusters. And actually, this model of support ranges the support from idea of small SME in circular economy solution towards the market, and this is unique for me. And I'm inviting you to check, for example, Euroclusters on European Cluster Collaboration Platform. You will see many of those. Maybe some of them can be interesting to you. There are small size support, 60K, which is good for SMEs. And there are still open calls, so I invite you to check. And maybe some of the ideas which will be present here can be funded through this instrument.
Thanks. I'm going to pick up on your points and circle back to Ram's point at the beginning. What question? What is missing? So we work with cities, and cities have a huge responsibility and huge targets. Cities are where most emissions come from. So within the targets of climate neutrality of Europe, they have a lot of work to do, and they are themselves looking around and seeing, okay, why isn't this happening? Buildings are one of the main sources of emissions, especially scope 1 and 2, so energy use, but cities are also looking at scope 3 because construction is such a big lever for change, and also because people need construction, people need houses and buildings, and our buildings are old, they're not performing, they're becoming stranded assets. Cities are just looking around and going, okay, what do we do? Because they are facing limitations in what they can do at local scale. So going back to collaboration, they need multi-governance collaboration with the regional and national governments. And they need, so they need to develop this freedom in regulation and policy, as you were mentioning. So flexibly trying out, we are talking about policy labs at city scale, which are also called regulatory sandboxes, so kind of like playgrounds for city to explore different policies and different regulation, which could unlock some change. Cities need data, and they know that all these digital solutions are available, but they are not going to be the ones who manage it. So they need a very strong collaboration partnership with those digital data platforms, because cities don't have the capacity nor the skills, but they need someone to help them use the data, because without data we don't really go on. That was so important, the previous presentations we had. And then cities need to engage their citizens because the volume of investment that we need for this is going to be huge, and public investment will cover only a small part, so it will all come from private and citizens. So citizens need to be enabled to allow this change to happen. So all of the aspects that you have mentioned are just like one piece of the big puzzle, and yeah, we hope that municipalities can be a big agent of change, especially with the help of the industry and their citizens. So what is missing? A lot is missing. So we have a lot of pieces. We're missing some alignment and some leadership, I think.
It's difficult to be the last one when a lot of things have already been mentioned. I think we have a lot of knowledge on this topic, and we have many tools and technology that can support that. But as already mentioned by previous speakers, we have lack in standardization. We don't have, to my knowledge, standards that will tell us how to reuse, how to recycle. Next thing, circularity is a chain with many links. In any chain, there are weak links. So indeed, collaboration is something that we really need to work on in order to make this whole thing work. What's the technology that we have now, I think, has a lot of potential, but I think in practice, we're not really using it to its full extent. From that perspective, I think solutions we have now are not really beneficial for the market itself. Because, for example, recycled glass it costs much more than starting a glass from scratch. Or, for example, if you have a building with concrete and you would like to reuse it in another building, in order to reuse the aggregates, you would need to make a lot of tests that are costly, that take time, to just see what kind of aggregates are there and are they good for your next project. So there are a lot, as you mentioned, weak links and gaps that we still need to do. Also, as I mentioned, we work on EU-funded research projects, and there are a lot of projects on this topic, meaning that we're still looking for solutions, and we still haven't found the one that will help us solve everything. So, but also this problem is so complex that only one solution wouldn't be enough. In one of the projects that we're working on, it's called Reincarnate. We're trying to address all of these, well, not all, but some of these gaps. For example, one thing, if we go to this example of a concrete, that we don't have the information for reuse at the end of the life of this building, is that, for example, when the material is coming to the construction site, we would need to collect all the information really at that point and store it somehow, maybe as already mentioned in the previous presentation, in a QR code or something, so that for the next project you can already have all of this information ready and you can skip all of these tests that take time and that are not really attractive to all involved stakeholders. So this is one example. Or we could also use the existing technology of BEAM to store all kinds of information. For example, to what extent material can be reused, like what is the level of circularity that it can be used in the next project. So there are a lot of ideas, a lot of potential, but I think we're still working on all of that. But mainly we need to make all of the solution really attractive for the market, for the stakeholders, so that this really can go on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all for sharing your points of view. We heard a lot from standardization, regulation to cross-sector collaboration. All of those are very important points. Now we still have a few minutes left if there are any questions from the audience. Very quick. Yes, we like that.
Hello, my name is Omid and I'm an architect based here in Blue City for 3 years. It's really excited that we have a decade of experience here in this room, from Sabine writing about circular economy that inspired me in 2019, and the people in the business working this, and from the government, from Climate Kick, also supported us. My question is one: a decade of the effort from all stakeholders reach us to only 7% recycling solid material in the construction sector. According to your experiences directly reusing the material or recycling, do you think why we were not able to scale this recycling in the built environment? And do you think in the future recycling would be a solution for reach to the circular transition to circular economy or circular built environment or not? Thank you.
Yeah, it's on. What I think was a lot of here. It's not a technical question. It's economic and a normative question, and both are systems that we have invented ourselves, so we can change them. And I think the issue is a little bit that. We now think that that's a burden. If you look at the whole political debate, there's discussions of spending money on sustainable energy. It's not spending money, it's investing in a cheaper future. It's the same for materials. We have to change our mindset. It has to be a little bit fun, and we have to see it as investment. And I think we sort of invented capitalism, so investment should be something we're familiar with. And I think that the need, the urge, the pressure that needs to go off it. It needs to come in a different debate.
If I can add a few thoughts, if you can go back like 10 years or even more, nobody was thinking or talking about circularity, sustainability in the sense we do now. And there is a lot of levers which support actions in this domain from top down, ESG and so on and so forth. So also the investment will go in more greener direction, and big companies will have to report how they choose the suppliers of the materials. So in some point of time, with some economy of scale, there will be opportunity for this kind of materials. For example, Slovenia is here a little bit in disadvantage because we are small and actually producer of a small quantity of some recycled material cannot be competitive maybe at this point of time, but in the future for sure. But there are many innovative solutions to use recycled materials from other industries to put into the construction products and use actually the existing regulation to get the certificates and technical approvals. And this is ongoing project which are also supported within this funding I talked about before. But this is more or less direction we should go, and hope that there will be more good minds around us. And I think they are supporting policies which will guide into this direction.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of knowledge and experience on the stage, and I'm sure that more questions could be asked, but we have to move on. It's time for the next block in our program. So I would like to thank very much all of our speakers on the stage. Can we give them one round of applause? You can. Thank you. And with that, I give the torch back to Luca. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Don't worry, we have 2 short presentations, and after that, we're going to have a break so you can refresh yourselves, grab a cup of coffee, and already talk to some of your interested business partners. However, as you all know, we are the Slovene-Dutch business platform, and this is, after all, a business event. So in line of that thinking, we also included a few investment opportunities. Of course, it is not up to me to present to you what the experts should be presenting. So to that end, I would like to already call upon Istok Schusterschitz from Linkskraft. Please.
Thank you. Woo. Thank you. Feel almost like Freddie Mercury. You want to do one of those now? Ew. There you go. Okay. But I only have 3 minutes on the counter. I thought 5, but okay. So let's get going. We are Links or Linkskraft. We are a game-changing, revolutionary system of construction. People tell us not to put that in presentations and that the audience can make up their mind, but we still put it in there anyway. Okay, so imagine that you could design and build buildings 5 times faster, at least 10% cheaper. You would end up with a higher quality product. And not only that, they would be CO2 neutral. They would be fully circular. You could use like half of the virgin materials you're using now. And basically anyone could do it. Architects, non-architects, doesn't matter. So you could say it's bullshit, or you could say it's the silver bullet to the construction sector if we want to decarbonize it. So let me briefly explain the background. We have 2 solutions. One is the software, one is the hardware. The hardware concept is being displayed on the screen. So if you put a few constraints on the buildings themselves, on construction, you can simplify things tremendously. If you have a finite kit of parts, things become way, way more optimal. Buildings are today done as one-off projects. Every building is a prototype. Every building needs a whole bunch of people to get together, think for a few months, build it. It takes forever. It's not optimal and so on. If you actually put some constraints on it, you can have a set of parts that can be used for both buildings, condominiums, anything. And you can optimize things so much more. So all these buildings I'm showing you here, this is like an infinite amount of typologies made from a finite kit of parts. Imagine how much you can build from a small set of Legos. It's the same thing if you can apply it to buildings. All these here are buildings made from the same set of Legos, if I want to put it this way. So this is 19 wall panel types. Any typology for a house, less modern, more modern, very modern, condominium, small building, tiny house, anything you want to imagine. And all of these can be built 5 times faster and designed on the fly. So how are usually things made? If you're a developer, you make a building, you copy-paste it 10 times. No need to do that anymore. Well, how do you design them? One thing, this is how they look on the inside. This is the trend now. It's sustainable, it's timber, it's fully carbon zero. We can be faster, we can be more affordable, we can be carbon neutral compared to any other construction typology. Concrete, modular, panel, doesn't matter. We can win it all. This is how we save time in different projects. I don't have the time to go into the weeds of it, but trust me, it can go at least 2 to 5 times faster than construction is today. The other part is the software. So software, I told you, anyone, a 10-year-old who can click with the mouse can actually design a building for free, get all the construction documentation. Let me run you through the process a bit. So you sign in. You can either take the developer mode, so if you're like an architect, you want to build things by things, or use the wizard. So you choose, I want to have a flat house, 1-story house, what kind of shape do I want, what kind of size do I want approximately, what my lot data is, if you have it. You put in how many bedrooms, how many, you want to have 1 kitchen, how many bathrooms, etc. And you get like a set of houses that are already tailored to your expectations. Then you pick a house, and then you start moving things by yourself. You can do things the architects do, and every move you make results in your price. You are in control of your price all the time. You can change windows, move floors, move doors, add additional rooms. Everything you do has a background calculation of static design, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Everything is known. You choose the facade, you choose the color, and there's limitation. There's not like 10,000 colors of the facade. No, Tesla has 5 colors for their car. Volkswagen has 5,000. How many Golfs do you see around? Maybe 10 colors? Doesn't make sense to have everything out there. You have a nice, tailored, beautiful specification. Then you just choose what kind of plumbing you want. You want to have a photovoltaics? Yes, no, because you have the calculations behind it. You can have the exactly appropriate number of the heat pump, whatever. You're in charge all the time. And in the end, you simply download all the documentation for the building permit, depending on your zone, and all the execution plans. So things that the architects would take weeks or months to do and charge you a few €1,000, you can do in a few minutes by yourself and get everything for free. Oh. We are launching officially on the 1st of July. So this is going to be the MVP version. The follow-up versions are also going to have in additional zones, additional lands like Netherlands. You're just going to put in your lot number, link in your Pinterest, so it's going to recognize your preferences, and you're going to be able to do the same process. With the decentralized production, so you're way more robust, you're not depending on one producer, you can just make a whole city and different producers are contributing the parts. So before I end up, this is the core team. Congrats to us. We have girls in the background, but they just didn't make it to this slide, unfortunately. So I'm on 0. This is the QR code. If you want to do the beta testing, if you want to try the software out before all others, feel free to take a picture, just fill in the form, and you can design your buildings in no time and get the price for free. Okay. Thank you very much.
I saw a lot of people taking pictures, which is perfect, but do not forget that everything is going to be available online as well. So in case you're going to miss the QR code, or for the individuals that are coming later, they will get it, no problem. Of course, we have time for one question, Is there any questions for this incredible idea? No. There we go. Teacher, please.
Thank you. I only like simple questions. After seeing all this, why should we still build not moving houses?
Why should we still build not moving houses? Yeah, well, I think the audience is to decide on that, but we'll see. If we are the next revolution, maybe we won't need to, because these are all actually deassemblable. You can use the parts in other buildings. So example, if you make a house or a condominium, you can deassemble it and make 3 houses from those same parts, like with Legos, the way the details work. So it's, yeah, it's not real estate, it's not fixed. You can actually just switch it somewhere else.
Thank you. This is shocking. I mean, if you make it, I'm your biggest fan. But and the question: who did R&D for the models? Is it from Slovenia or? Yeah, okay.
It's that all-male panel plus the girls.
It's live stream, so they can't hear.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's the core team you saw, and there's like 10 to 15 more people working in the back office. So. So yeah, but feel free for any questions later on. So.
Exactly. So any questions, you know who to go to. We have one more short video, and then I'm going to release you until 12. But before that, we have a known partner and supporter of SDBP in Denis Petrocic and Block Square. Please.
Real estate is the biggest asset class in the world. Besides being capital intensive, it's also one of the most illiquid investments that you can make. All this makes it hard to transact and evaluate, leaving most places around the world financially underserved. According to studies conducted by JLL, more than 80% of all directly invested capital is concentrated in just 60 cities worldwide. Now, this indicates that thousands of markets, if not even more, lack access to liquid capital. And tokenization is here to change this, taking us from a world where a property is transacted once a decade to a new reality, where hundreds of transactions of that same asset are executed within the minute. My name is Denis, and I'm the CEO of Block Square, where we believe access to real estate will become distributed to wherever there's access to internet. But don't take my word on the huge potential size of the future real estate tokenization market. Boston Consulting Group predicts that tokenization of real-world assets like real estate has the potential to become a $68 trillion market by 2030. What's more, CEOs like the CEO of BlackRock not long ago said that the next generation for markets is tokenization. Now, personally, I believe that thousands of marketplaces will facilitate billions of real estate value to be transacted among millions of online users in the future. And as of today, Block Square's infrastructure has already facilitated for the owners of more than 80 properties to tokenize almost $80 million worth of real estate value in 18 different countries worldwide. And this year, I'm proud to say we have achieved another world first. In fact, Block Square is the first company to have successfully registered a tokenized property in the EU Land Registry. And we believe this solution can be scaled across jurisdictions and legal systems. And our goal is to help new businesses grow and thrive through the use of our infrastructure. And our system, well, it's composed out of several products that make the deployment, operation, and management of tokenized real estate as easy as running an online shop, creating an ecosystem powered by Block Square. All this is being achieved by a world-class team of almost 30 people that we're growing now on a regular basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Block Square. Now, as I have promised, until 12, you have 20 minutes to refresh yourselves. If you require the toilet, it's behind the screen, straight ahead to your left. Over there, you have refreshments in coffee and other beverages. And please, at 12 o'clock, we will probably have to drag you back to your seats, because I know you're all going to start networking already at this point in time. So please have a lovely time until 12. Thank you. Every single time. It's never enough time to network. It's never enough time to make business connections. It is to be expected, but the next break is going to be a bit longer. We're also going to have lunch. So you will have a bit more time, and afterwards you will have the entire afternoon to maybe even sign some contracts. I don't know. This being then the break, thank you everybody for going back to your seats. And now, since you're all so very energized, I would like then to begin with the next major block, which is energy. Energy, of course, is also incredibly important in all spheres of life. It is also a geopolitical force and a determinant of a country's success. So what could be more important to discuss also today? But of course, I'm not the expert. That's why I'm going to be inviting the proper experts. And I will begin with giving the torch to Ms. Nina Meglic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important introduction, let's say. I'm honored to be the host of this panel today. My name is Jasnina Meglic. I am managing a cluster for circular economy in Slovenia. One would say that circular is mostly about material efficiency, but we claim that energy efficiency is the other important part of the story. That's why, of course, the energy panel today will be devoted mostly to how we see this green energy transition. We will start with the speech from the State Secretary from our Ministry of Environment, Climate and Energy, Mr. Uroš Weigl.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, it's my great honor to address you at the Netherlands-Slovenia Business Forum as part of the Slovenian National Trade Mission to Rotterdam. I want to thank the Slovene-Dutch Business Platform for inviting me to address at this panel. I want to express my delight in seeing your commitment to follow up on last year's Netherlands-Slovene Business Forum on renewable energies, which was held in September in Ljubljana. The interest among Slovenian companies in collaboration with the Netherlands in green energy transition and for Dutch sustainable solutions exceeded expectations. About 120 participants attended the event. The trade mission had a very positive outcome, as many valuable connections were established. We see prospects for collaboration of companies in energy storage, boosting of grid, preparing projects together in wind and solar, and looking together for opportunities on third markets. Some are developing new projects together, looking at employing the latest possible technologies. There is also a promising collaboration in R&D on the horizon. The Netherlands and Slovenia share a common understanding on the need for a greener future. And this forms the foundation of our collaboration and working together in many areas, such as green energy transition, circular economy, sustainable mobility, sustainable agriculture, digitalization, and others. Slovenia is committed to achieving a green energy transition and becoming climate neutral by 2050. In our efforts to provide and to promote the deployment of renewable energy sources, we want to learn from the best. Last year, our ministry organized a successful business visit of our companies and stakeholders to Spain and Portugal, and we want to learn from the Netherlands as well. The events, such as today's, can be an excellent opportunity to exchange ideas, share best practices, and lay down the foundation for future cooperation. Speaking of renewable energy, Slovenia remains committed to increasing the share of renewable energy in our energy mix. This can be proven by the fact that our last year's growth in photovoltaics was the highest per capita in the EU. With an update of the National Energy and Climate Plan, we are increasing our energy and climate ambitions even further, including raising the renewable energy target from at least 27% to a 33% share of final energy consumption. The highest additional production is foreseen in solar, but we also need urgently to progress on wind and as well provide for additional hydro potential. By strengthening the regulatory and financial framework, our ministry continues to improve the conditions for renewable energy projects. Just last month, the Parliament adopted a new Energy Act. This renews the concept of decarbonization planning at the local level. The law also specifies special procedural rules for the faster and more efficient allocation of financial incentives for investments in renewable energy sources and energy efficiency, with which we aim to further increase investment certainty. We're also working on the transposition of the recently revised EU energy legislation. With this, we will enable an easier uptake of renewables, increase energy efficiency, and with that, the share of renewables in our final energy consumption. We also look forward to the new EU rules on state aid for renewables, which would enable us to establish a long-term framework for subsidies. In addition, we are preparing a thematic action program on potential priority areas for renewables. Recognizing the need for collective efforts and cross-border cooperation, Slovenia remains highly open to foreign investment in renewable energy, know-how, and innovation technologies. Today, Slovenia is a promising investment destination in green energy. Two main opportunities for investment in green energy in Slovenia are investing in renewable energy projects on one side and transfer of state-of-the-art renewable technologies on the other. For years, Slovenia has been grappling with lengthy spatial planning procedures and strong local opposition to such projects. Nevertheless, with the adoption of the Act on the introduction of installations for the production of electricity from renewable energy, we accelerated spatial planning and permitting procedures. By following the examples of good practices in countries where procedures are faster, we hope that we will be able to reduce the NIMBY effect. Furthermore, we substantially increased financial incentives. In the last 2 years, the Ministry has allocated more than 350 million euro to residents in the economy through the Ministry and implementing agencies alone for such a green transition. I invite all potential investors to look at the many incentive possibilities through various supporting schemes, funds, and mechanisms for promoting the green transition. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me not to finish my speech without mentioning the great potential for collaboration with Slovene high-tech green energy solution companies that can offer first-class EU-made products and contribute to the Dutch energy transition. I am confident that today's forum will pave the way for new alliances, collaborations, and common projects, thus enabling swifter and more cost-effective energy transition for both of our countries. And finally, I wish you a fruitful and enlightening event. Thank you.
What better way to start this panel when hearing about all these ambitious goals and plans that we have in Slovenia. I believe some of you already know about them, also from the last year's delegation that was, I believe, very successful. And of course, this panel today will somehow be the uptake of what you and, well, us, let's say, already know about each other. That's why I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Remko van der Horst. He is the owner of Greenproc. He was also a delegate last year, so he knows how beautiful Slovenia is and how innovative we are, of course. His company, he's the owner of the company, and they are assisting corporations to become energy independent. We will hear now about the partnerships, the importance of energy partnerships, and yeah, without further ado.
Thank you very much, Nina. Thank you, everyone. Great to be here. It was indeed a very worthwhile visit last year, and I was very impressed by the very many innovations that indeed are developments taking place in Slovenia. And it would be great if we can hook up companies, entities from our two countries to mutually add some value. I'd like to make a quick comment on the partnerships. I used to set up these partnerships, public-private partnerships, for the Dutch government within the Ministry of Finance. But looking at SMEs, they often also meet here in the Netherlands, which have great products or services. It's difficult to cross a border, even within the EU, where so many restrictions have been removed, and we have many countries the same currency, etc., etc. But still, we work with different laws and regulations, different languages, and different cultures. So those are barriers. But let's not look at the barriers. How can we skip those and work together? And I think the big thing would be for companies also here in the Netherlands to think about that. How can we scale up without setting up our own new offices in other countries? Sometimes we still try that which is close by, in Belgium, for instance. More or less speak the same language. But also there even, you already run into different legislation, different systems. And you don't want to spend all those costs on advisors. You want to spend it on your product or your service. So I think the big challenge is how can we cross the borders between our countries, introduce our products and services. That's finding a partner. That's finding someone in the other country who has that expertise, who knows the culture, who knows the language, who knows the laws, and can implement what has been produced in the other country, be it a service or a product. So I invite you all to look at things from that perspective, because these barriers, they're all there, and will take a lot of time, especially for SMEs, to deal with. We're not one country like in the US, where you can scale up a lot easier than it's been done here. But now, of course, to energy. Why on energy? Of course, the interesting thing with energy is that many years ago, when I was a kid, there were only two ways that I could generate energy, because the power companies, they had the plants. I could sit on my bike, and you had this dynamo, and you generate a little electricity for your lights, or you make a fire in your backyard, if my parents weren't at home. So those were basically the only ways you can generate energy. Nowadays, that has been completely decentralized. With especially solar in particular, anybody can generate electricity nowadays. And that is fascinating. And we still have the large companies which have to deal with that, who have these power plants. I remember my first discussions for a few farmers who were going to build a wind farm, talking to the grid operator. And the grid operators and the production companies in those days were still integrated. So when I was sitting with these people, the person from the company said, why? Why 3 turbines of 1 megawatt? We have a power plant there of a couple of 100 megawatts. Why? Why would you want to do this? So those were very interesting discussions in those days. Nowadays, that has tilted, of course, completely. I mean, on these sunny days, we have pretty low power prices in the Netherlands simply because there's so much solar coming online. So whether or not the owners of the big plants like it or not, it's happening. And that, I think, is where we're gradually moving away from also commodities, which determine the power price, like coal, gas, wood, or uranium even, to assets, to fixed assets, which generate that power. And it will be generated more locally. No matter what happens with legislation, it will go a little slower or it can go a little faster, but technology keeps improving. I mean, just look at the phone. We didn't have this 50 years ago. My father was working for IBM in those days. They were building rooms with computer servers which could do less than this one phone. So technology will progress. And now comes the hard part. You are very well positioned in Slovenia to deal with this. Because we're jealous. We're jealous of the Slovenians. Because one, we don't have mountains. So we don't have hydropower. Look at the flow outside. You know, it's a joke. Look at your height differences and the hydropower you can generate. You have the best battery available. That's number one. And number two, well, today's an exception. We have a hell of a lot less sunshine than you do. So you're in a position to decentralize power even sooner than we can, because our winters are still pretty difficult for me, my house, to generate power. It's not going to work. But you can set up schemes, including construction material, like built-in photovoltaics, where the argument is not it generates less power than a solar panel. No, it's payback construction material. You put it on the wall, and in 7 or 8 years, it pays itself back, which traditional cladding to a building doesn't do. So many innovations, I think, can be embraced within Slovenia. You're very innovative country. You have these energy hub plans, etc. So please use the applications we sometimes also have, but are not yet really valuable in our area. And, well, what I saw, for instance, from the construction company just now, like Links, that's amazing. And I think those are products we can use, but that's beyond the energy. Although I did hear him mention solar panels could be integrated as well, so very nice. So I look forward to the cooperations that come out of these events, especially in the topic of energy, because we will decentralize, no matter what operators of the large plants tell you. Because the best thing, of course, we all want is freedom. And that is what decentralized power is all about. If you have a standalone house, you're no longer connected to the grid. That's freedom. And you're going to be in that, Slovenia is going to be there a lot sooner than we are. So we wish you the best of luck in getting that going, and I look forward to observing what's happening. Have a nice day.
Yeah, this was certainly motivational. Organizers, please write down that the Dutch are jealous of Slovenia. With this, I would continue with the roundtable discussion. So I will kindly invite to sit here with me. First, Ms. Nina Hojnik, Director of Slovenian Photovoltaic Association. Mr. David Palčič, CEO and President of the company Robotina. Mr. Remko Tembache, co-founder and managing director of the company Nieuwestrom. And Mrs. Vlasta Krmel, director at Energy and Climate Agency of Podravje. So, we will start with a woman in energy, which is relatively rare, at least in Slovenia. Yeah, we have a balance. I'm really glad about that. So, Ms. Hojnik, you are the director of Slovene Photovoltaic Association. You represent, of course, the whole value chain in Slovenia in this sector. You are also an information hub. You participate also in national and European projects. We would be curious to know how do you see the ambitious goals that were also introduced by the State Secretary in the field of photovoltaic development in Slovenia in the next 5 years? Are these realistic, or and how we, us, you, plan to get there?
Okay, first, hello, and thank you for inviting me here. Yes, I'll just comment on the ambition of our goals. Yes, the goals are much more ambitious than they used to be. We recognize their ambition. However, they could have been, or in our opinion, should have been way more ambitious, because the potential Slovenia has in solar power is much bigger. We've managed to install quite a lot of solar energy in the last 2 years in particular. We've heard our national plans from NECPs, but as far as I know, our goal for 2030 is 3.6 or 8 gigawatts of solar in Slovenia. We already have 1.3, and we could have been at 6.8 if we continued on the scale that we've been implementing in the last 2 years. So these plans are ambitious, but not enough. We know we have a parallel story right now in Slovenia as it comes to the energy sector, and we believe, of course, these goals are influenced by that fact. It's a nuclear story that is mainly limiting our ambition. But that shouldn't actually limit us from actually implementing so much solar in Slovenia. If I may, we of course are faced with many problems, especially in the area where we three live. We have a problem with grid capacity. I know that this is a European problem, but especially in Slovenia, in our region, we are at 65% of declines on permits for solar, for especially residential solar. So we need to look forward and we need to find solutions in battery storage, of course, and with cooperation with government and everyone else. Maybe that will be for now. I might just add, we are, as the association, a member of Solar Power Europe, and we have just co-signed a statement produced by that association, pleading actually the next European Council, the last one before the new Commission is formed, to keep the Green Deal on the table, because it's not there anymore. It's not on the agenda. And we've seen what happened in the last mandate of the Commission when the Green Deal was on the table. What happened? All the funds, all the policies, all the strategies, everything happened, and we achieved so much as the European Union. And if that vanishes, it's not a good sign, if you ask me.
Yeah, thank you very much. What about the Netherlands, Mr. ten Barge? Your company declared itself as the energy price fighters. So you actually provide more than 40,000 SMEs in the Netherlands with dynamic energy prices. We would be curious to hear more about that, how you managed to do it, and is part of your agenda, let's say, also increasing independency of your country from external energy sources that we have to import currently? Especially, how do you approach with your business model to the SMEs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, our ambition is to create the autonomy for the SMEs. In the Netherlands, we started in 2012 when there was the large smart meter rollout with 1 million meters per year. And I think this is the basis for data to the SMEs to be able to have dynamic pricing at all. We were building the software. 9 years later, we went to Belgium as well because it was later. And I understood in Slovenia you have more than 90% smart meters. And this is a basis for independency. In the Netherlands, we have discussions about, of course, fossil fuels, hydrogen, which will go to the big industry, and for new nuclear plants, which I think that will take so long or will never happen. So meanwhile, electricity will go down as a commodity price, but imbalance cost will rise amazingly. So what we do is offering data and services to be able to use dynamic pricing. SMEs save risk premiums. We say invest these in green production on your own site. Rooftop solar is what we promote, and batteries. And the capex of batteries combined with the network costs will have a crossroad for every SME in the near future. And in our data, we can see, and the client can see, where this crossroad will be. And those 40,000, one by one, we visited them at the table. We explained, or we had a conversation about their energy household of the SME. And this conversation always starts with dynamic pricing, saving money, having the data, and then immediately or after 1 year, make next steps. And it's an economic engine doing the work, and it's so a different system compared to the incumbents. But we built this new system in 2 countries now, and I think you can do this in Slovenia as well.
Indeed, very interesting approach, very flexible, let's say. And we discussed a little bit before starting the panel where do you see the role of the renewables in this story of the energy market, smart energy provision? Could you a little bit elaborate on that as well?
Yeah, step one, clean up the grid, have enough renewables also in the winter time, and then use the flexibility. So clean up the grid, electrify everything. It will become cheaper in use if you electrify things, and then make it work together. This smart, the flex at SMEs, it is there on every site, but what's the business case? Energy is not that expensive, we discussed, but it will become expensive if you don't think about it. And the client can think about it, or we can do it automated with software, with a whole cluster of clients. And that's our trading department. We are with 200 people now, but trading is becoming more and more important, predicting the weather. So we believe in renewables. We need by far more than 100% to cover all the usage, and then make it smart.
Okay, thank you very much. Smart, I believe this is also a keyword for the company Robotina. We have here with us the CEO of the company. Your company provides smart connected solutions, components and platforms for new models in order to contribute to the digital transformation in several fields: industry, buildings, infrastructure, smart cities, smart buildings, smart houses. Mr. Palčić, you invest a lot in research and development. So what would you say are the recent trends, and which are the biggest challenges for commercialization in this field of green energy transition?
Oh, what a question, you know. Now, before I answer your question, and this will take about 2 to 3 hours, I start with 2 things. First, you said that we offer smart thing, and that's clear. Of course, you offer what you don't have. You know, you have to compensate in your company what you don't have. So that's why we started with this. And second thing that I want to say before I answer is we love this kind of people. Those who provide the flexible pricing of the electricity. Because on the other hand, we are the ones who are optimizing behind the meter. So we are helping. This is the same approach, but from 2 directions. We are going bottom up. Somebody else is going top down, you know. And we wanted to go top down in the past, but then we discovered that we simply have to deal with too many of the players, like regulators, like we have to move the rocks of the grid people. And then we said, okay, let's go bottom up. We don't care what's outside, but we always help our clients to optimize himself towards the outside. Now I'm going to answer your question. You know, you said about commercialization of innovation. You know, unfortunately, in this part of the world, being Central Europe, and maybe also in the Netherlands, this you will tell me, it's difficult to sell ideas. You have to sell products, you have to sell benefits, and you have to tell to the people that they will benefit from what you do. You visited 40,000 clients, and you explained to them one by one. If you come with a really big innovation, this task is even more difficult, because people will not understand you. You know, you talk one language and they understand the other language. So, so from our viewpoint, you know, to answer your question and not to take 3 hours, is you have to simplify the innovations and artificially reduce the benefits they provide to simple, measurable, and scalable.
Simple, measurable, and scalable. Okay, very good keywords, let's say, that we could all use also in our work. So I continue with Ms. Kermel. You have, on the other hand, a very extensive experience from working with the municipalities. Your agency is supporting the local communities with good energy management practices. You advocate for the concepts of sustainability, provide information, guidance, local services for their specific needs when it comes to energy management, energy transition. How could you mention some of the best practices when it comes to implementing regional local energy plans?
Yeah, thank you for the question and for the invitation. I think also not only companies in Slovenia, I think also public sector and specifically local authorities are really active in this energy efficiency and renewables. And maybe just to point only a few, but I think quite remarkable cases from Slovenia is, I will tell firstly from my municipality, because I'm also a mayor in the afternoon for of one small municipality. So we have just built it and finished very energy efficient and passive kindergarten with local regional companies, and this is zero emission and zero CO2 or even minus CO2 emission kindergarten. And it's a really innovative solution. Just the company won the German Innovation Prize for that kindergarten. So I think this is something that is really that we can show really as a pilot. But on the other hand, we have a very nice regional project where 300 regional buildings from the local authorities is connected in one distance energy monitoring system. It's not fully digitalized yet. We started already 15 years ago, a sort of the energy bookkeeping for public buildings, but we have upgraded it to the energy management system so that we have online data about the energy use, and we can really advise public sector what to do and where are the priorities, because it's always, you know, when you are a mayor, it's someone is coming, my building is the worst one, mine is the worst one. So and we as an agency, we didn't want to advise on the personal basis, but on the facts. So we have really good benchmarking of public buildings in culture sector, in sports sector, in kindergartens, in school, and we see really the decline of energy use and also the costs, and we try to persuade different politicians, decision makers, that savings in euros are not always in only in this absolute manner, but we always produce the reports. What would be the energy use and energy cost if we wouldn't do anything in the past? So I think these reports are really remarkable. But also, not to forget, I think our national authorities, especially the ministry covering the area of energy, has a very good approach towards the not exclude any target group in the energy efficiency and knowledge. So I think our energy poverty program that is dealing with the people that cannot afford or have problems in different parts of understanding and implementing, we have a really good regional contact points and advisory as a hubs for energy poverty, and also recently developed the Borzen, so the regional electricity market operated, developed and opened the regional one-stop shops for the energy advisory for investments and renewables, so that we can help and follow any investor, you know, with the knowledge or without the knowledge about the energy, only maybe with the money or without the money, from the first idea to really to the implementation through all these regulatory barrier challenges, we will say.
Yeah.
So I think this is something that we are really proud of.
Yeah. Great examples indeed. Congratulations on all the achievements. You mentioned several times behavior, communication, advisory. We all know that this behavioral change is one big part of this puzzle. So I'm wondering, Mr. Tembarge, your key target group are SMEs. You mentioned farmers, restaurant owners, petrol stations, butchers, bakers, catering establishments. How do you communicate these new trends in the green energy transition, and how did you approach them when you tried to convince them that they, let's say, join your movement in the company?
Yeah, good question. All those kinds of SMEs are basically because the decision maker is against us at the table, and we can take him or her through the market, through the data, the profile of the company, and how this will become more expensive if you don't do anything, and what are the possibilities in using dynamic pricing and other flexibility markets. And in this cooperation, a client can use hourly pricing and knows his own local situation, but we can trade with the flexibility for the whole pool, for the whole country, and the countries are even more combined with each other. So to make this proposition most valuable, we have to cooperate together. And we don't have many public companies because of the lead times and the conversation and the decision makers. So we started with these couple of 100,000 SMEs and want to talk to them and want to educate them. They don't need to be experts. We have this 50-minute data as a basis, and we have the logic. And I'm very proud that we started and still have a total freedom of contract. Clients can leave us every day, and that is a kind of trust. That's also nice if you do innovation. So you can leave us every day, and that makes happy conversations. And not every client has its own pace, but we can invite them to make the next step.
You wanted to follow up, Mr. Paj? No, okay. I thought because you... yes.
So no more marriages here in the Netherlands.
Innovation, indeed, a key to implement all these targets that we have put in place, not only in Slovenia and the Netherlands, but also EU. So, Ms. Koenig, I'm wondering, where do you see the most opportunities for collaboration, and is that maybe research and innovation between Slovenia and the Netherlands in the field of energy, but more specifically photovoltaics, and which are the mechanisms that would bring that into reality?
Okay, let me first start with what we've heard today, that Slovenia is an innovative country. I must say that one of our members recently launched the global first ever tokenized real solar power plant. So yeah, we are getting there. I would like to go outside of my solar spectrum, because I believe personally that Netherlands, what it has to offer mostly is its approach to implementing wind energy in the country, because we have big problems right now in Slovenia. Government is driving toward changing that. They adopted several initiatives in order to change that. We had one really bad example of a non-successful actually investment, and that falls under all renewables actually. It's not okay for the whole renewable sector. So I would really like to, for the Netherlands companies to cooperate with Slovenian companies, but to show us the lessons learned, because you know how to do it. Coming here from Charleroi, I passed many wind turbines, very close to farms, very close to apartment buildings, and this is a big problem in Slovenia. I was really glad to see all those PV on rooftops and everything. We have that, but not enough in Slovenia. So I think this would really be a good approach to actually share lessons learned, because you have so much renewables right now in your country. You've learned your lessons. You have Slovene companies assisting you in creating those safety systems. ETI, I think it's implementing one project here in the Netherlands to do that. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to actually cooperate. And I must admit that I received a personal plea from the ministry to ask you to come and help us with wind.
Okay. Long story short, please help us with wind. prior to coming here today, when we had breakfast in the morning, we were discussing that maybe a proposal for a next meetup between Slovenia and the Netherlands would be to discuss all the failures and what we learned from that, because these are usually the insights that usually we don't share, but are very valuable indeed. So a great, let's say, start of this also during our panel. Ms. Carmel, your agency is participating in several European projects, which can also be very good and best practices, but sometimes we also know that these come with a lot of hurdles, let's say. So how do you see the role of smaller countries such as Slovenia and also the Netherlands, let's say, in this European Union's ecosystem of energy transition?
Yeah, I think we can take these small countries as an opportunity to be showcasing, to have a pilot, to test all these new technologies, techniques. I think because when we are smaller, we much better know our ecosystem, the people that are working. And I think we can take this as really the opportunity. And also what was said before by Mr. Horst, you know, we're all looking for freedom. And I think the development of the energy communities, this will be something that, because one by one, sometimes you see that you are not efficient enough with or photovoltaic or any renewables. But you know, working with the neighbors, working with the more people in the village, in the city, with the multi-apartment buildings, this will build up really this energy community that we will understand. And at the same time, I think our digitalized world and individual world need this community engagement, involvement, to share social interaction between each other. And I think this we can do really well in smaller countries, in smaller regions, and this is what we can show to others, the bigger one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Last question to Mr. Palčić. Your company has references also from not only Slovenia, EU, but all over the world. Based on that experience, so what is your vision for the green and digital energy transition till 2050? We don't have 2 hours. We are already late, but...
2050, you know, that's 25 plus years.
Yes.
Can you imagine anything that was not invented, that was invented more than 100 years back, except the wheel? So what I'm saying is that the pace of inventions is so fast and growing exponentially that it's very difficult to predict anything for the next 25 years. But let's take it a little bit less ambitious and take, let's say, 5 years or 10 years. So, and if we just talk about this green and energy. So I think that we'll forget the words like producer of energy and consumer of energy, but we'll start using prosumer as the only word that will remain. So everybody will have some kind of, will be a prosumer, so actively participating in the energy market.
This is like connected to what you mentioned,
exactly. So
energy communities.
That's where I come to the point. So energy community is one form of organization that will pop up from this kind of structure. So, but you know, the things are getting faster and people are not enough to do this, so it will be technology that will help us. And so if I come back to my business, so everybody will have his or her own energy management system that will participate in the world of the other energy management systems and will cooperate on the flexible pricing, will decide if it buys from you or from the neighbor, and it will dynamically optimize it for you. What do you want to be optimized? Most of us are looking to the price optimization, cost optimization, but also energy reliability optimization and, you know, all these things. So it will be a kind of multi-purpose optimization that will be ongoing and continuously cooperating with the others. And many technologies, and not so only technologies, the protocols and the rules have to be defined to enable this. And with this, I'd like to finish, because 25 years forward, it's a bit too difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that you gave us, even though you think you didn't, but a very important lesson also for the next 25 years. So with this, I would conclude the panel, and I believe that the keyword of the whole story, anyway, always is collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. Sorry, we are late. We can do it. You can do it during lunch.
Cancel lunch.
Thank you very much, also from my side, to the panelists. I love to see a vivid discussion, but as Nina has said, you can continue it at lunch. Of course, it's going to make it harder for me to get you back to your seats, but we'll do our best. To continue, you have just heard a substantial amount on energy. Energy, in broad strokes, is used to move things. But we have also many different types of energy. One of them is wind. How can we use wind in the most efficient way to move things? I would like to call upon Eric, please. Come to the stage.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. I'm Schifrer Eric. I represent Midas Design Company. I'm architect, industrial designer, and author of this project. Of course, I'm also a sailor. Today, we're going to talk about sails and wind. So we are talking about our aerosail system. It's for pleasure yachts, commercial ships, and also Navy ships. And I'm also very proud to announce that finally last year we gained a world patent for this design, which we were very happy. So we are talking about aerosail system, which is universal automatic sail system for any type of vessel driven by wind. Endless green energy. And we are also reducing the carbon footprint on a global scale, which we'll see later. So we are talking about like robotic sails. It's very efficient in all conditions, very good exploitation of endless wind energy, as I told you, simple maneuvering and fully automated. You can also attach it on any kind of deck. So it's a stable, and on the end, very important, very easy to maintain and service. You will see also a folding mast is optional. So, of course, we start, of course, with small sketches. We start with a 2D computer model, 3D computer models, and we go with the first prototype. So it was 1.5 meter carbon made, radio-controlled scale model, and it was successfully tested. So we will sail this via joystick, or it could be completely robotic, or let's say automatic. Of course, after this successful testing, we go higher. We go 9 meter high. So we made also a carbon-made rig in Czech Republic, and it was also very successful tested. So we are here to talk about A-frame mast. It's more stable. It can easily distribute high compression and tension forces into the whole structure. So we are talking about a pyramidal triangle structure, and between is this surface, which is going into the wind itself. And we have a roll boom and tension system inside. So we are talking about a simple system with no deck gear at all. Can show you after the show the movie about these four prototypes, how they work in a real time in real sea and wind condition. And we are still talking about here a soft sails, but this design predicts the forward part of the sail is inflatable. So in this case, we can get a wing sail, like the wings of the aeroplane. So in this case, we can get more speed, let's say from 5 to 10%. Or the left image, you can get a parasail, system, also when the air flows through. And also with this design, you can get more speed. So let's start further application with pleasure sector. So we believe the pleasure sector, the future will be automatic or robotic charter yachts. So this is a complete design, and one of the important features that the interior of the main salon does not need a central mast, so which penetrates through the interior and therefore brings greater inner salon space. It's also one important features. Okay, you can, if you go, sorry, it's not working. Further, battery out. Rook.
Maybe 25 years it will make.
Ah, okay, sorry. Yeah, okay, and you can implement this on catamarans, sailing catamarans, on refits. This is 80-foot catamaran, and the deck gear there is no deck gear at all. So it also, no blocks, shrouds, sheets, genoa tracks, nothing, and it's safer and pleasant for the guests also. So also very important feature. So if you go, you can go higher. This is example of 60-meter high aerosail on 50-meter yacht. So we are talking about still a robotic sail yacht, super yacht, and you can see an owner in front. And it's also the forward cable is detachable, and also a helicopter can land on the forward part of the ship. So it's also interesting for super rich people. Okay, this is a catch version. So 2 masts, you can have a mast as much as you like. And this is a 60-meter high, and yeah, you can also have solar fibers inside if you want for exploitation the sun, and also a nice illumination. And we came up that this entire rig is up to 40% lighter in comparison to conventional sail, which is the result of eliminating a heavy and complex deck equipment and deck reinforcement and internal structure. So we are also talking about light system, simple system, and also, yeah, very eye-catching. Okay, this is very important for Nordic European countries, let's say from Holland, canals and bridges, or Denmark, Finland. So this is a sequence of a 70-meter super yacht can easily pass under a small city bridge, 12 meters above sea water level. And it's also doing a service or maintaining or when it's storming to lower the central gravity of the rig. So it's much more safer, let's say, for super yacht when they're caught in the storm. Okay, you can go higher and higher. This is example of 77-meter high aerosail on 120 mega yacht. Or you can also do an easy retrofit for a super yacht. So we are saving also a lot of amount of fuel here. Okay, commercial sector. As I told you, we are saving up to 60% of fuel on the windy routes. That is, let me put in the numbers, if that kind of tanker, 300 meters, go from Europe to China and back, saves $4 million for the oil. And what is most important, this design is with 5 units, and it's easy deck attachment, and it does not interfere the cargo area. So you can have a zigzag row, it depends on the deck configuration. So at Midas Design, we believe that the future of the shipping will be also autonomous or drone zero-emission transportation ships powered by wind and secondary green source. So this is also a sequence of that kind of future ship, 300 meter with a tractable aerosail system. So ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, we are also ready to sell the copyrights, industrial rights, patent rights, or patent itself. After the show, I can also show you the images and also the movies, how these prototypes really work in real sea time and sea conditions. So thank you very much for your attention.
Eric, wait. Time for one question. 2 questions, okay, maximum. The queue has been filled, please.
Sorry, I'll keep it simple. Martijn Beerthuizen, Sopsis. I have a naval background, actually, maritime officer. Practical question. You place the sails on top of a commercial vessel. Normal vessels would tilt. How do you counter that one? Because if you got the huge tankers, they will tilt. Even with the force of the wind, by the waves itself, is not a problem. But if you got a forced on top of it, it could interfere with the structural integrity of a refitted ship. How do you see that?
It's a typical question. Thank you for this. These huge tankers have inner ballast waters. And also they have some of them, or they can replace side fins. So they are regulating the heeling angle. And also, if there is too much wind, you can easily trim it down or rotate it more into the wind. And as I told you, most of these tankers have all inner ballast waters, or even the tankers can place and repump the cargo on the other side. So in this case, this solution is very easy to manage. Yeah. Yeah. It's a typical question, as I told you, and yeah, most of the ships are with ballast waters, inner pumps, they are solving these problems. Yeah, that's true, and exactly. And also you have put this in mind that this tanker has 300,000 tons. So it's a huge weight pressing the tanker down. So pressure from the wind is not to push the tanker forward, is not such big than a heeling angle. It was already calculated, this one in the universe, it was already calculating this problem, and it was calculation showing that the problem is not such big to not to push tanker safely forward.
Hello? Yes. Second question.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very interesting approach. What is your TRL level now? And what is the biggest problem you are facing to bring that to the Meuse River, when we can see that?
Good question. The biggest problem is, for now, let's say we finished and successfully tested 9-meter high aerosail. So the next step will be, let's say, build a charter fleet of 5 of them, or test this on one tanker. So this tanker should sail, let's say, in world oceans for half a year, and then calculated how much oil was really saved. And during this calculation, we will be showing the shipping companies that the concept is really proven. So important is first implementation on the tanker. So to find first tanker, or to find the investor to build a fleet of them, or as charters. 5 of them will be perfect, and they were to promote. So to find the first, let's say, 9 meter, more than 9 meter, let's say 12 meter or 15 meter, or a fleet of them. Okay, thank you.
I love a good challenge. You will have ample time to do it during lunch. We have covered energy, we have covered construction. Before lunch, we'll give you the biggest teaser of all, which is food. And actually, we're going to begin immediately. I would like to invite the master of this panel, Freek van Eyck.
Thank you, Luca. Yeah, we have a fantastic topic, food. My name is Freek van Eyck, I'm Director of Holland Circular Hotspot. Fantastic to have all these guests from Slovenia here, by the way. I can promise you that this panel will be one of the top 3 of today, because food is a fantastic topic. Why is this topic so fascinating? Because there are tremendous challenges, or otherwise there are tremendous opportunities. Food, it's probably 28% of all greenhouse gas emissions. We waste 1/3 of our food, but not you later during the lunch, please. No spillage, please. We have to feed the world in 2050. That means increasing food production by 56%. It has to be nutritious, it has to be restorative in nature, inclusive food chains, without using more land. That's a massive opportunity. And when you look at opportunities, think about the digital revolution with drones, with sensors. Think about the blue revolutions on the oceans. Think about the green revolutions, but also about circular economy. And that's why we're here today. Circular economy. What's a typical crop? It is maybe 30% you will use, but what about the other 70%? What if you could valorize it as food, as feed, as material, pharma, energy, chemicals, compost? It's very interesting what you can do. And today you will be inspired. And I think we can learn as the Netherlands as much from you in Slovenia as you can learn from us. So let's go quickly. What's on the menu, to stay in the terms? We'll have 2 power pitches, 2 fascinating power pitches, and then it will be followed by a power panel. Our first pitcher will come from Slovenia. It's Juicy Marble, and we'll have an online, it's a novelty today, an online connection with Slovenia, with Juicy Marbles, and it's about raising the stakes. Tillin, are you with us? Can we hear you? Yes, we will raise the volume for you that the whole room can hear you. We are very curious. You have 5 minutes to pitch a little bit what Juicy Marbles is doing and how you look at the future in circular economy. So the floor is yours. I can hear you here where I'm standing, but the volume is quite low. We're working on it. Rock rocks. He will find a solution. Can you speak up, Tillin?
Hello.
We hear you. You're live now.
Hello, Netherlands.
Hello, Slovenia. You can start your presentation, Tillin. So while we're waiting in anticipation, Juicy Marbles makes plant-based products, and the topic of today is raising the stakes, and it's really a super example. Tillin, please, if you can speak up and show us what you want about Juicy Marbles.
Technical difficulties are usually expected with every large event. So I want to actually ask you a question, Freek.
Sure.
What would you say is the highest challenge that has been overcome in the past 5 years here in the Netherlands in regards to food production?
Okay. That's a nice question, actually, because there's good news and there's bad news. We are the second largest exporter of food in the world after the US. So that's a tremendous opportunity. But if I'm honest, we are the most efficient linear economy food production country in the world. So we import, for example, soy from Brazil, we give it to the livestock here, and we export the meat to China. So it's a business model, and we leave the shit in the Netherlands. We're a very shitty country, actually. So it's something we have to solve, and the solution lies in more localized circles, closer by, respecting biodiversity, valorizing residues, and we will hear some examples of that later in the panel. So we are at the start of this transition, but I think you know, politically it's a hot topic in the Netherlands right now. But we will make this move because we need to, because our soil quality is degrading, and if we have no soil quality, we have no future. If the air, the soil, the water is too polluted, we have no future. So this is something we have to solve.
Do you have a realistic time frame? Maybe an idea?
Technically, we would have to solve it as soon as possible. What I propose now, while we're working on the technology, let's start with our second speaker first, before we go to Tillin from Juicy Marbles. Because I know Lindy is a little bit time sensitive. So can I call forward peel pioneers, please? We have a lady in the panel, Lindy Hansen from Peel Pioneers. Can we prepare the slides of Peel Pioneers in the meantime? And remember this morning when maybe you had an orange juice. So keep that image in mind. Over to you, Lindy.
Thank you. While waiting for my slides, my name is Lindy Hansen. I'm the founder of Teco and Peel Pioneers. I'm on a personal mission to accelerate innovation and help scale circular innovations. Freek asked me to tell a little bit about Peel Pioneers today. So Peel Pioneers is a company all about citrus peels. So who of you had fresh orange juice in the morning? 1, 2, 3, 4, well, not so many. Well, start drinking orange juice because it's very healthy. So, of course, I don't know how it's like in Slovenia, but in the Netherlands, I think approximately 7 years ago, you saw the rise of these fresh orange juice machines in the supermarket. We have them in all supermarkets now, so you can squeeze your fresh orange juice into a bottle and then drink it at home. This is of course great because it's healthy, it's a tasty product, but there's also a downside. And the downside is actually that 50% of an orange is peel. So you have a big new waste stream coming up. And this was actually an issue for waste processors. So it used to be that in California or in southern Spain, you would have all these peels left over, and do have solutions there. But in the Netherlands, we did not have this waste stream. So what to do with it? Because it's actually quite a beautiful product. I see I have my slides. So 2016, we saw this trend of orange juice in the supermarket, and we actually found out that 5,000 kilotons of citrus peel is being wasted every year in the Netherlands, and at the in Europe. And at the same time, Freek already mentioned it, we need to feed our world population. So we have this beautiful food product, and we throw it away or we use it to make biogas at best. What to do? Oh, I will end in 10 minutes. So everybody's hungry, yeah? It's time for lunch. Yeah. So what we did at Peel Pioneers is we found a solution to fully valorize the peel into food ingredients. So we started off with a small factory extracting food fragrances, and by now we have a wide range of ingredients we can extract. We started off in 2016 with the 3 of us. By now we have a company of approximately 40, 50 people, and we have a factory in Den Bosch. I think, the ingredients we have by now is the oil, that's the flavor and fragrance I was already talking about, and derivatives. We have a fiber, and we have what we call orangeado or candied orange. That you can use that in jams or in bakery products. And we're developing a whole lot of products more. And the lessons, what we've learned here is, so cooperation is very important. I think you all know that it's been mentioned before. I heard in this audience. I think it's really important to look at what is actually the customer need here. So what we found out is actually that these peels are an issue for waste processors, and there's a need for our products. So that was a 1 + 1 is 3 solution. So this is about Peel Pioneers, and I hope this is inspiring for you. And I'm also very curious in Slovenia, what kind of waste streams do you have, and is there any potential to do some valorization? Thank you.
One question.
Yeah, sure.
Could you have done it alone? How important is to have partners in this trajectory, this innovation?
Very important. I think, especially for a startup company, at first you're very alone, and you need the support of larger organizations to get it going. So in the early days, we at some point got the support of Jumbo. Jumbo is one of the bigger supermarkets in the Netherlands. We got the support of Renewy, one of the biggest waste processors in the Netherlands, and we found actually customers willing to buy more than 50% of the product we were going to produce in our factory. And all that together made investors very willing to invest in us. So it's really a joint effort. Everybody has to do it together, because if one part of the value chain or one part of the stakeholders says no, it's a no.
Maybe one question for the room, if any. I see a question there. Yeah. Switch the mic.
Is it working? Okay. Just a short question. You know, most of the oranges and citruses are treated with chemicals before delivered from nice California to old Europe. So how you cope with this?
It's a good question, thank you. Yeah, so on the outer layer there are indeed some chemicals. Part of it is that we slice it away, and part of it is that we wash it away. And there's in Europe there's very strict regulations on what is the amount of chemicals which is allowed to be in the product, and we monitor that closely. So you cannot remove it fully, but you can remove it in such a way that it's within the boundaries of the European legislation. I hope that answers your question.
You did.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give Lindy a warm hand. Thank you, Peel Pioneers. So the latest news from Juicy Marbles is unfortunate that we can't make it possible to have them in our show. Just remember them. We'll try to send their presentation over to you, to all the participants, because it's fascinating. Plant-based materials, meat replacement with a tremendous footprint. I think they have a huge potential, and it's not only science, it's also art, it's culture. They're amazing. It tastes like meat, it looks like meat, it feels like meat, it has the bite. So amazing.
So the other piece of news is they're vital to decreasing the CO2 emissions through indirect means, because currently it's 70 to 80% of soy is being used for cattle. Am I correct?
Yeah, and could be used for other consumption as well.
Exactly. So they will record a video of their presentation, which will be uploaded to the website along with all of the other presentations. So you will have all of the information after the event. Thank you.
Thank you. So this means for us that we turn to a power panel. And we have 4 amazing contributions. How does this panel work? One by one, they have a 2.5 minute introduction. And then we sit in front of you and we hope to interact with you. So I might go to one of you and ask a question. So prepare one question for each of the panelists. Our first speaker is Jan Westra of Priva. Jan, can I have you up front, please? Give him a warm hand.
Yeah, I don't have a PowerPoint show. Well, thank you very much. I work for a Dutch headquarters company called Priva. We do greenhouse controls, building management systems, and so on. And my role is do the out-of-the-ordinary projects. So I was here when it was empty, really empty, talking to some people, how can we sell all the retrofitted stainless steel from the former swimming pool, start growing lettuce over there, and talked about with the mushroom guys who are downstairs still, but they did it in a locker room at that time. So what we advocate for as a company, well, we do greenhouse controls, but what we want to do is, and we need a license to produce to save on energy in greenhouses, because there's a lot of discussion on how to use energy. Water is another issue, and that doesn't mean so much in the Netherlands, but when you go south of Paris, so to say, and say Morocco, where we do projects, water is the issue. It's not about energy, there's solar power all over the place. But how can we save on energy, or how can we save on water and have smart recirculating systems? So that's the main part of what we do. And we have a smart spin-off, which resonates with what I heard in the former panel about energy. We call it Energy Cloud Optimizer, where we build a digital twin of a building, which uses less energy based on weather forecasts, use power prices, energy prices in the day ahead, but also just the building as a storage unit for heat or cold or whatever. So we can discuss afterwards. We sell it as a product, and our new challenge is how can we use that for a greenhouse as well, that we can optimize energy use, water use of a greenhouse together with optimizing the growth of a plant.
Thank you very much, Jan. Keep your question. We'll get the questions afterwards. We immediately continue to our next speaker. You can sit down here or in front. Our next speaker is Igor. Igor Kos. Give him a warm hand, please. Igor, please introduce yourself.
Do you have a slide that I sent you?
The next one.
Oh, okay. No? Okay, I will continue without the slide. My name is Igor Kos. I come from Podravje region in Slovenia, northeastern part. I wear several hats, but for today's purposes, I will wear hat of the CCRI pilot. So CCRI is a Circular Cities and Regions initiative where our region was successful, and we got. Okay, so this is it. So we got chosen to be one of the 12 pilots in Europe on the topic of biocircular economy. We developed first regional strategy in Slovenia on topic of bioeconomy, which is available in English on the bottom link, or you can find it in our webpage. Here we want to present key topics in which we want to encourage you to collaborate with us to develop the projects that will be implemented in our region and will hopefully serve as a booster for economic rejuvenation of Podravje region. We are way behind in Slovenia in the indoor food production. So when I was riding on the train from Schiphol to Rotterdam, I was just looking at all the greenhouses which I don't see in our country. We want to utilize the usage of the water from the wastewater facilities which are located in the field areas, so where the fields are. So if we can clean it properly, we can then just transport it over the fence basically and reuse it. Of course, on the wastewater facilities, we have a challenge with the sludge. Maybe we can use it also in this area. Producing biomaterials to replace fossil-based materials in the packaging, in the other stuff. That can be done with that. Also biochar for the remediation of the soil where mass food production is taking currently place and the soil is in really, really bad shape. And now we are working on the action plan, which is forming local action groups, which will then hopefully be financially supported from the institutions that are part of the support actor in the CCRI initiative. For now, maybe so, and then later. And you can see the basically priority areas there also. But it's more, strategy was intentionally kept short, so it's readable. It's not like 200 pages, it's just 30 pages with some pictures. So we try to make it as easy as possible for users.
Thank you very much, Igor. For sure, we will come back to the indoor growing and horticulture between you and Jan. Our next speaker is Leon van der Burg, and he is from Blue City itself, from Fat and Lazy. Actually, before this became a vibrant business hub, he was here illegally, I believe.
Not stop. Go on with clapping. No. Welcome. My name is Leon. We were one of the first blue citizens who were here. We were at the time skating. And then Blue City started, and they said, all right, you can brew beer here, but you have to be sustainable, circular. So what our idea is that first we make nice beers, because if you don't make nice beers, you have to throw it away, so the whole system is going away. And second, we are always searching for a way to make our footprint as low as possible and use leftovers, because we can't use waste. Because the Health and Drugs Administration is quite strict in the Netherlands. So, like for example, we have a Radler. It's a German-style beer, officially half pils or lager and half lemonade. We make it a little bit different. We make 2/3 of Weizen that we make up ourselves, and we use 1/3 of fresh tangerine juice. We have a collaboration with Olympic Fruit in Barendrecht, because they got there's a wholesale for fruit, and they got a lot of fruit leftovers. So, but in the system where we have to get it is just in the last 3 or 4 days, because in the meanwhile they first sell it at a normal price, then they dumped it for a lower price, and then just before it is waste, we have to collect it. Similar part with popcorn. There's a popcorn maker the south of the Rotterdam as well. In Oud-Beiland, it's Jimmy's Popcorn. And we want to have, normally we just use malts for fermentational sugars. We use popcorn as well. So half popcorn, half malts. And that's always searching for things that we can use without causing any problems with the health of the people who drink our beer and the health and administration. So that's it's 2.5 minutes for 8 years of searching and finding out. But later on we can tell you at the bar, and Marco is working there, can tell you about everything about the beers. But we have got a lot of different small beers. We make, with the two of us, over 100,000 liters in 10 different styles of beers.
Thank you, Leon. Normally they say seeing is believing, but tasting is believing. And you will have the opportunity later today why you are a circular beer. And there's a lot more to tell, but we do that during the panel. Originally, we would have one of the SDDP board members here, Leo Swart, to talk about opportunities in horticulture and salad. Unfortunately, for private reasons, he can't make it today. But he made sure that a very well-respected expert will give a presentation on opportunities of horticulture as well. Can we go over to the next video, Rock?
Good afternoon, everybody, special Leo, and also all the members of the Slovenian Dutch business platform. I hope you will have a very nice and good meeting today. My friend, I'm connected with you through my friend Leo Swart. My name is Pieter Klopwijk. I started my career as a grower, as a greenhouse grower. In 2000 I was the guy who started to grow tomatoes under artificial light. That was pretty new in the time, and from that time I started to move more and more into R&D and consultancy business. In the past I was owning an R&D center and an international consultancy company working all around the world. Greenhouse industry, ladies and gentlemen, is my passion. When Leo told me about your plans in Slovenia to start with greenhouses, I was very happy, my heart jumped up. And why? Greenhouse industry, ladies and gentlemen, it's the new way of efficient agriculture. With greenhouses we can feed the world. A greenhouse is 10 times as efficient on water, nutrients, even on chemicals, as the standard crops, what we know from outside, just the open field crops. And for this reason, when you start in greenhouse industry producing lettuces, cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, maybe flowers, you're able to produce more clean food, more healthy food, and it's better, you have less pollution to your environment. In my opinion, if you work with greenhouses, with sustainable energy sources. This is really the way to feed the world healthy in the future. Healthy food for everybody. I hope you have a successful conference today. I hope in a few months I can meet you personally, and for me it will be a big pleasure to cooperate in your project, and I hope we can make a lot of success together, feeding a greener world, what's better for our children. Thank you.
So thank you, Peter. So I would like to call all the panelists up front. And we heard from Peter Klapwijk that horticulture is 10 times as efficient as growing on open ground. We have seen from Leon about the circular beer of Blue City, and Igor told about, let's say, the potentials at regional level. Of course, I can ask all my prepared questions, but I think it's time for you as an audience to ask some questions to all of the speakers here. Who can I give the mic, please? A question from the first row, maybe, or I just walk to somebody. Second row. Third row? Nobody? Is there any potential for horticulture in Slovenia? What do you think?
Hello.
Yes, I see a question coming up on your side. So in the meantime, I'll ask our fat and lazy brewer. We have a question here.
We are cooperating with several experts on this. I'm not the expert on everything, and I don't claim and ever will, but we have cooperation with stakeholders when we were building the strategy, so we will also include the experts, you know, in this particular topic, and this is why we are now forming these local action groups or with the stakeholders, and anybody who is interested in helping or being part of the project is of course welcome. This is why we are promoting the strategy in general. With the technologies available, with the knowledge, know-how, there was some tests in Ptuj area done already with the biochar. There is a small pyrolysis equipment available. They did some testing with the farming already, and based on these results we are quite comfortable that this is the proper approach to go forward. It can have variations, because the soil in the Podravje region is, due to the heavy intensive farming, really polluted. The data shows from ZAGD, which was taken, so this is the Institute for Built Environment, did some testing, that we have problems all over, but not equal problems everywhere. So we have to do locally like a special mixture for the soil on the spot, how to improve it, how to make it better. Of course, we want to move also indoors, where you have to have proper soil if you want to grow anything. So,
thank you, Igor. Yeah. What's fascinating about food, it's related to energy, it's related to water, it's related to health, it's related to packaging, so it touches upon everything. It's related to waste. In lots of countries, organic waste is 60% of municipal solid waste, for example. Another question from the room. The gentleman here. I keep the mic in my hand. You can speak. Keep it short.
Thank you. Just a question to answer. Where does the heat come from for your brewing process here in the building?
Because in this building there's no gas, so everything is electricity. And on the roof, last 2 years, they planned it completely with cells. So there's half cells, half regular energy. But there's no gas, so we have to have true electricity.
So maybe to extend on this, a question about energy and brewing. Can you say something about water and brewing and what you did, and maybe something about packaging?
With the water, there's a slight problem because I think we have one of the best water in the world through our normal systems. We have a rain filtering system, but the problem is when we can make here 1,000 liters, we have to test it 3 times through a laboratory, because first time when it's coming from the roof, we have to test it because there's a lot of industry around us. Second time, after filtering system, we have a 7 steps filtering system, so it's even too clean. We have to have add some salts and everything, otherwise the beer production doesn't work. And we have to have it checking before it goes or after it goes into the bottle, but before it delivers to customers. Each sample is cost about 100 euros, so the 1,000 liters is becoming 300 euros more expensive. So we do that 2-3 times a year just for fun, because it's not we're not making any profit on it. So that's a problem with. But yeah, we have the nicest water here. So true water. If you go later to the bar, Semilia is having a filtering system in this building, and what we normally do is our toilets we clean with drinking water, and we clean it with filtered water. So we save a little bit of drinking water. And the other thing was?
What about packaging?
Packaging, yeah.
Can you be circular there?
Yeah, no, we're trying to. First we had Keykeg, that's a company in the Netherlands who make plastic kegs for 20 liters. They are for 90% sustainable or circular. And now we use metal. It's a little bit heavier, but we can clean it and we can use it a couple of times. And still we have bottles, because there's a lot of problems with packaging in cans. And there's always plastic in this inside of cans, because otherwise there's oxidation with beer and the metal. And we don't know if we use beer for half year, there's no problem. But if you have longer staying in, what the plastic will do with the beer, so that's a problem. And we can use bottles more than one time. So yeah, it's always a discussion. Is cans better or is glass better? No, everybody's going to cans. Old-fashioned way, we stay in glass.
But for the barrels, you have reusable kegs.
Yeah, before, and now we use. We have a couple of them, but mostly we have metal cans for a cask of 20 liters.
Thank you so much. I will ask a question about horticulture and Jan. Jan, Priva is quite an international company. What's needed to go international? For instance, Slovenian, Dutch business opportunities. When you go abroad, what do you as company look for as Priva? Can you share some experiences?
Yeah, let's see. We started 65 years ago, so tomorrow we will have the big party, and the day after tomorrow. It was 65 years being around as a company. And we started in Canada 35 years ago, and that was the easy part, just simply following Dutch growers who went abroad. They gave us calls, when do you show up in Canada with your control systems, because we need them, we cannot buy them here. So that's how we start. It's very opportunistic, but that's welcome to the greenhouse industry, I would say. Well, there are always some things that are very important. Utilities, well, apart from, but that's not an issue here, apart from political stability. We tried to do a project in Nigeria with the emphasis on try. But apart from that, utilities, so what's there for heating or cooling or whatever, what are the prices? Because we still need energy, we still need some fossil fuel to run the greenhouse. Second is water. Is the water available, or what's the climate? Then we catch enough rainwater, and plants are less picky than we beer drinkers are, I guess, on what we drink. So what's the precipitation, what's the water, and what's the climate, and how can we adapt the installations towards this climate, the water issues, in order, that's all the technical approach, but if that doesn't work, why bother about entering a market? And from there you see for what's already important, what's the price point, and very important, what we're pushing for now big time, what's the education level? I know Peter is doing a lot of education now all over the world. So Peter Klapwijk, who was on the video partly, in how to train growers, how to make it work. Because when you buy a greenhouse, it doesn't mean that you can grow food at all. And that's what we learned the hard way in a big Asian country, to say the least. They bought a greenhouse and they bought all the installations and they waited for the tomatoes to appear magically or so. And that's time and again. My colleague just was back from China and he said, it's all about public relations, showing off, whatever, but entering the knowledge in how to grow food, fertilizer mixers, biochar, like you said, all types of things that are floating around and might make sense, but do not make sense. How do we induce a tomato to flower, to put fruits in, to have leaves, and so on. That's sort of an art. I'm not able to do so. Long story, utilities, land, precipitation, the level of education of people, but we can work on that.
Oh, thank you, Jan. And what I like is that you mentioned the human factor as well. In circular economy, we often say it's 20% technological innovations, 80% social innovation, and people make the difference. And when you look at Fat and Lazy and the people and the enthusiasm when you drink the beer at their place and how they make it, it makes a difference. When you look at Juicy Marble, it's art, it's science, it's fun, that makes the difference. How is that with you, Igor, in the region? Can you line up people?
Yes and no. But we made kind of based on our experience from the previous work that we did in circular economy. I'm active now like more than 10 years in that. We are forming so-called coalition of willing. So our region has 41 municipalities. We don't expect everyone to kind of go in, but we would be satisfied with, let's say, 7 to 8 municipalities to start. And then when the results are showing, everybody can join in, of course, and they will probably
show that it can be done with the coalition of the willing.
If we can get 1/4 of the municipalities, let's say, to get involved, and we had some preliminary talks already, so we are doing a catalog of available opportunities, for example, in smaller municipalities where it's easier because it's a smaller, mayor has more, let's say, to say, and then in big cities, smaller city council, everything is, easier to maneuver. What is also important is that when we were doing the strategy, we based our actions on materials available in the region. So we didn't go and look what can we bring into it, but how can we do things with the things already there. So, the water, the biomass, the other stuff. We have a large river, Drava, if anybody already was there, which is basically the green energy hub of Slovenia. 8 hydropower plants are there, but hydropower plants, accumulation lakes, sediments, a lot of wood coming down from the hills, which can not be used for the furniture, for the construction, but can be used for other stuff. So this is how we are operating this and how we are forming the projects and how we are forming the partnerships. And companies are really interested in the solutions because they have a problem. And they want to solve it in the sustainable, long-term way that can also benefit the region economically, and we can maybe then come from the 11th place in Slovenia out of 12 regions higher, hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years.
I like that. So at regional level in Slovenia, you just learning by doing, you show that it can be done. I think if we all wait for a perfect world, let's say we're doomed. So the Dutch lesson is learn fast, fail fast. You either win or you learn, so you never lose, actually. And we see circular economy as an opportunity. Give a warm hand to this panel. We have a final session. So this may be the end of a panel, but it's not the end of our collaboration. And we want to say the next move. And we have the opportunity, actually, to collaborate in the future. And I invite Boris Nicolas Erdjevej, close, to give us a teaser about the Agra Fair in August. Boris.
Thank you for this opportunity. Yes, definitely. I would like to say that I like the title that you gave me. Because what's next? In my opinion, the best platform for getting to know people, getting to connecting with businesses, learning new stuff, knowledge, transfer. You see what the competition is doing is with exhibitions. And we can consider ourselves lucky because Slovenia, as mentioned, is a small country, but in the eastern part of Slovenia, in Gornja Radgona, which is a town on the border to Austria and close to Hungary and Croatia, we can say that we have a very important international exhibition. Food and forestry, which is organized every end of August. And on that exhibition, we are connecting everything which is related with agriculture, forestry. Like you see in the video, there's a lot of activities going on. So panels like this, we have more than 150 events going on. And to go back to the what's next, definitely we have every year a country in focus. This year we have Bulgaria as a partner country on the fair. Last year was India, the year before Japan, the year before that France, and we are of course hoping with that trade mission that next year the Netherlands will be a partner country.
What an interesting idea. Yeah.
Definitely, and it was mentioned before in the panelists, greenhouses is one big potential as well, because it was mentioned that we are lacking in production. We are importers of vegetables, and we would like to change this.
Crazy.
And with a platform like I mentioned before, where we have more than 100,000 visitors during 6 days, it's the best opportunity to maybe make a sample greenhouse to present the technology to the people, not just to the listeners of this platform, but to see practically, people are still liking to see the products, to experience this. So with that, we would like to do some changes.
So that will be a perfect. We invite you all. Combine your holiday in the greenest country of Europe with an educational, let's say, excursion to the Agra Fair, end of August.
Exactly. And I have to tell that SDBP is also organizing already this year some events, so we have to stay focused and connected. And of course, we are hoping for the next year that the Netherlands will be.
Talk to Boris during the lunch, because it's time to round up our panel. Thank you very much for your attention. A last warm hand for all the speakers and panelists, and let's talk during lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes until lunchtime. But before that, the final investment opportunity of today is coming right up. And it will also showcase some of the Slovene potential that you might be able also to find there at Agra or also in the region. So with that being in mind, I would like to, of course, welcome Mitja Primožič from Geactiv.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mitja, and today I'm excited to present to you our product called Geactiv, which is a highly active humus fertilizer. Where is the clicker? Oh. Thank you. Oh.
Rock?
Okay. So what is Geactiv? So today in some food industries, we have a lot of organic waste. For example, in the chicken farms, in pigs farms, in wine industry and beer industry, those organic wastes are very expensive to get rid of, and also environmentally very heavy. Our fertilizers uses these organic wastes in its production. It's a component of of the process of how it's made. So usually, so our process takes in this organic waste and also through additional microorganisms which are added to it. This fermentation process occurs, which is a controlled anaerobic fermentation process, which is also entirely odor-free as well, and it takes around 90 days from the start until the end. And what this produces for us in the end, it's a fertilizer that helps to boost the growth of plants, which is up to 35%, creates higher crop yield at the end. So if we compare this process, this fertilizer to other more industrial fertilizers, because of its unique organic structure, it helps to take the organic wastes and toxins and creates humus in the soil, which that gives more nutrients for the plants to grow and have a stronger body, and also it's much greener in color. It also enables, of course, to reduce the usage of mineral fertilizers by up to 80%. Another unique feature of these fertilizers is because it's biological, it helps to improve the quality of the soil. Of course, it retains moisture inside and prevents erosion of the nutrients. And because the product is also pH neutral and has HACCP certification, it can be used for organic food production. So this product contains up to 300 million microorganisms per gram, and because of these carbonized grains, this absorbs any toxins, and in its production it's also auto-pasteurized, which enables it to be free of any pathogen, worms and weed seeds. That means that during its usage, the soil doesn't need any additional treatment. So the areas of usage is very varied. It can be used from your household for planting, from usage in your gardens at home, and it can be used up to industrial scale of greenhouse growing and outdoor farms. Usually, so the usage recommendations is we just, depending on the plant type, we use it to we use different amounts to plant this, and then also can be used for composting, which can be just put on top of the compost, and it should be ready between 60 to 80 days. And we can add this geoactive to NPK fertilizers to enhance its effectiveness by up to 15%. Now here are some examples of our product. You can see on the picture on the left that it was mixed with just sand, and it enabled the maize to be grown much more than any other product. On the right, we can see industrial hemp, and we can see that the bush that came out is much higher in yield than the line that we see on the left. Now, how we offer these fertilizers in bags that can be ordered in various volume sizes, but can be also specially tailored for agricultural applications as well. And because it's biological fertilizer and enhances the soil, it can be also used for cleaning and improving the quality of soil in other countries, and basically a lot of heavy farming makes the soil erode, and this is also very helpful in that area as well. Another thing I forgot to mention is, because of its nature of taking the organic waste in its production, it is a perfect example of circular economy. Now, so if we conclude, these fertilizers offers a natural, efficient, environmentally friendly solution for enhancing plant and soil fertility. And for more information, please contact the website bestforplant.eu. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any more questions, I would like to invite Mr. Alfonsi, because he's the person who invented this process, and he'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Any questions? Oh, right away.
I was just, whoa, this is loud. I was just surprised by one thing. You said that organic waste takes 30 years to decompose. I was surprised by that. It takes much quicker.
A bit of translation.
Yes, if we leave the organic waste in nature, it takes up to 30 years. Not all of it, of course, but to completely disappear, it takes up to that much.
Any other questions? In the back.
When you get triggered by nice stuff, you start asking questions. Anyway, composting is a high emission process. Actually one of the highest in the world. How does your system affect the emission rating of the process itself?
Okay, so thank you for the question. So our fertilizer, because we layered it on top, and it undergoes an anaerobic condition. It actually prevents those CO2 gases, those greenhouse gases to escape into the environment, compared to just exactly.
Final question?
Yeah, when you use it in soil, you can use small pellets or whatever. But does it dissolve in water like NPK? Because in greenhouse operations, they always have a solution of fertilizer mixes that are sent through drippers towards the greenhouse and so on. So does it work that way as well? Can it go into solution that you can use it in all types of machinery?
So this fertilizer can also be used in a water solution then, just like the NPK. Yes, it can be used just like the NPK fertilizers, yeah.
Thank you very much. I will also just briefly explain what I was holding all this time. So part of the presentation was the 35% increased speed of growth. And this box is proof of it. So this was, I believe, planted about 10 days ago. So on the left side, you have only peat. And on the right side, you have 1:20 ratio of the product that they have generated. I'm not sure the camera can notice, but there is a height difference. And you guys...
As well as color, you can see this is the one, so your left is the one with our fertilizer, and after 10 days we can see that the color is much more greener and the height is bigger as well, and that's why I invite you to try this for yourself. We prepared small boxes that you can take from our table, and you yourself and see the results. So this fertilizer can also be used in inert ground, like I mentioned sand before, as well as crystal wool, and it also helps to grow.
So highly versatile, highly useful. I all encourage you to get a box, either for yourself or for your children. And you know, as the British would say, the proof is in the pudding, or in this case, in the soil. Thank you very much for this presentation. Lunchtime. So you are welcome to, you have foods available over there. And I would also like to inform you that over there in the corner is going to be a serving that you can take from the farmhouse, Kokol, over there. So feel free to walk up to them. They are a highly circular producer of wines. We will also have a dedicated workshop coming up after you will be able to refresh yourselves. So please, you're welcome, and I will call you on stage when the time comes. Go ahead. I have seen some very nice discussion, very deep discussions already happening, but do not leave here yet. There's plenty more connections for you to create. But before that, we're going to have a workshop that is, I would say, the key to today's event, because we have had 3 distinct spheres that we have covered. We have discovered food production, we have covered energy, and we have covered construction. Now we're going to come to the main event, I would say, because when it comes to circularity, these are not separate topics. They're actually one topic, because they have to be one topic. And to prove why it has to be one topic, I would like to hand over the torch to Dr. Vesna Lautižar.
Thank you, Luca. Hi, everyone. Yes. So, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vesna Lautižar, and I'm here to represent the University of Maribor, where we do applied research around the circular economy. I am also a special envoy to this absolute amazing Holland circular hotspot. Yeah, so with me now are the director, Freek van Eyck, you know him from before, and the super talented trainee, Agathe. I'm also a board member of Slovene-Dutch Business Platform. And we are, yes, we are a small team and we are volunteers and we tried really hard to make this event great for you. And this is such a beautiful gift for us right now, seeing you all here. 33 companies from Slovenia, this is our record. And what else? Well, I also have my own company called What Else, which is about designing unique circular economy solutions and creating an impact. Woohoo! And yeah, this workshop is about connecting the sectors. And we will talk about viniculture, we will talk about wine. And I got this inspiration about the workshop from the family Kokol, circular economy winery from Slovenia, who, Vino Veritas, okay. But the winery Kokol already treated us with their excellent wines. So I visited them some time ago and I really learned a lot about circular economy in viticulture. Yes, thank you. So there are a few more topics related, 2 more points related to this topic. One is, first, wine connects. And this is why we brought it to the table, because we really want to connect all of you. And this will be our connecting topic. The second thing is, Slovenia makes excellent wines, but also the Netherlands is producing wines and it's actually a growing industry. The third thing is, globally speaking, wine making is a huge industry. Did you know that 75% of grapes grown are not for eating, are not for making raisins for our potitsas, but for making wine? 75%. Humanity is in love with wine. Okay, so I'm sure we are all aware of some benefits of drinking wine in moderation. But unfortunately, winemaking has a negative consequence on the environment. So here are the facts. Among fruits and veggies, grapes are one of the main producers of greenhouse gas emissions. That is around 0. kilogram of CO2 equivalents per kilogram of grapes. 0.5, but it ranges, of course. Furthermore, wine industry is one of the agricultural sectors with the highest production of waste and byproducts. So these residues consist of pruning residues. In the Slovenian, this is obrezovanje. So this is the process of removing old or dead wood from the stems. And the second residue is pomace, as you can see here on this picture. So if you imagine how the wine is made, first we have to press the grapes to get the juice, and it's further made into wine. But what is left after is pomace, trupine, which consists of seeds, skins, and little stalks. And the pomace accounts for 20 to 30% of the total mass of grapes harvested. 20 to 30%. If you think of a big winery, or if you think of the wine regions, this is a huge amount of waste. but we are here to brainstorm the solutions. So here is the first question. Let's think. What can we do with residues so that they don't become waste? Think of pruning waste and think of pomace. Any idea? Wooden pallets. Great. Char. Ogle. Okay, we can make barbecue. From the seeds, all from the seeds. Great. Really? Wow. I never heard of that. Could be possible. Yes. Maybe you'll be the first one. Wooden baskets. Anything else? Distilled alcohol. Yes, grappa, very famous drink in Italy. We also have it in Slovenia called trapa. Compost, absolutely. Yes, we can compost it, we can fertilize. How about the energy sector? Oh, yes, silence. How about the energy sector, Nina? You were leading. Is there anything? Can we make an energy out of it? Biomass. Biochar, we said char already. How about, we were talking about the compost. What if we compost it or digest it anaerobically? Anaerobic digestion. How about if we have cold winters? For heating, yes, we can burn it. How about the animals? Can they have a treat? Think of some farm animals. Is it possible?
Feed, I hear they're food for pigs.
Food for pigs, yes. Great. Any other idea? For the wood. Is this, can be electric production, okay? With pyrolysis, okay. It means anoxic oxidation. Okay, we have a specialist here. Dry it and? Yes, construction materials. Absolutely. Ram, now you are expert in construction. Isolation materials. Okay, a little bit more hints. Pruning residues and pomace contain antioxidants, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and antifungal properties. Can it be used for anything? Yes, it is. Just eat it. We can also write this one down. Cosmetics. Medicine. Great. Great, wonderful. I think we have a great collection of all the possible, or not all the possible solutions, but we got quite some great ideas. So now for the next question, we will prioritize them. Which solution from here would you think is more important and which one would it be less important, regardless from which sector you come from? To give you a little bit of background, with circular economy, we aim to create 3 different types of values: social, economic, and environmental value. So for example, to create the social value, the items that are made for consumption have the highest value. Grapeseed oils, for example. Animal feed is quite high, creates quite high social value, but has lower economic value, for example. Then cosmetics has probably quite high economic value, but lower social or environmental value. So
I would give the highest priority to those uses that bring nutrients back into the soil.
okay, so suggest.
If it's mixed into stuff like, for example, cosmetics, then it ends up elsewhere, and those nutrients are lost.
Okay, so where would you, for example, put?
Compost.
There can be very different opinions because this is a very subjective question. You can have different opinions, huh? It's very subjective questions.
Different opinions are bad for humanity.
There's the democracy, huh, here. Is the best. Carbon sequestration? Biochar, where would you put it? We had also biomass, yeah. But also biochar. Do we have it somewhere here? No. Biochar. So is biochar more important than, for example, grapeseed oil? Can we survive with biochar? Can we survive with biochar? Are you sure we won't get with so much of black particles more carbon emissions and Okay, so let's continue. Burn it. Where would you put it? Is it high priority? Is it mid priority? Is it low priority? Low priority, let's put it low. Compared to burn it cosmetics, is it higher, is it lower?
Well, if you want to earn money, maybe it's,
Yes.
you put it very high.
Yes, I think so. So we can put it higher, like a medium towards, maybe towards high. Yes. Also medicine, yes, we need medicine.
But
How?
which
Yes?
activity creates the most jobs? Isn't that also important?
Wooden baskets.
Yes. Wooden baskets can be used for picking apples, and this gives future jobs. How about grappa? I'm interested about that one. Where would you put it? Where would you put low? Really? Frank, where would you put it? Alcoholic drink, 40+%. Would you put it below burn it? Would you put it above?
Well, it's lighter
Grappa?
than water, so it goes to the top. No?
Middle. How about anaerobic digestion? We get energy from it. We can get. Slovenia is good in that.
Well, I think it's better than burning it just, so get the energy is
Definitely.
already better.
Definitely it's better than burn it. Mid to high. Then wooden pellets, it's also something similar. It's also for burning, right? It
Is
can
it
keep
burning
us.
or materials that you make pellets out of it, which you can use and reuse and reuse as materials?
Yes, we also had. Where did we put wooden pallets? Ram, was this your idea that you said for construction or wooden pallets? You said no. Then maybe we don't have it yet. Okay, construction. Where would you put construction materials? Mm-hmm. Okay. How would others? What is your suggestion?
Yeah, this part
Do you
is a little
agree?
bit
Yes.
shy, yeah? How come?
Maybe because we should change. Maybe it's because of that. But I cannot see now what is there. Okay, here. How about food for pigs? High. It's quite high actually on social values, quite high.
Because normally pigs eat things like maize, which people can also eat, no? That would be competition, so if you give something else, that's not bad.
Oh, with the Freak, we were in Nigeria not so long time ago, and it was a really hurtful story, because there are actually a lot of people starving there, but the country is importing maize for animals, but not for people. So this is a conflict, actually. Isolation materials, where do we put them? High? Lower? Oil from seeds with lots of vitamin E. I am using them for my nails, so they grow really nicely now. There's their oil from cocoa. Some, yes. Food for, let's put also food for humans.
Isn't grappa also food for humans?
Flour. Yeah, yeah. How about food for humans? Do we have it? Where do we put it? Oil for high. Oil very high. Let's put oil very high.
Yeah, but you were referring to Nigeria. Starving because they didn't have food.
Yeah.
So there, I think food is very important.
Yeah. Indeed. Then we have the, again, electric production through pyrolysis. Where do we put it? To the cousins? We had maybe somewhere here? Or is it lower? Anaerobic digestion? Lower? We put it lower. Pyrolysis is lower. We still don't know. I'm asking this group, food for pigs. Where do we put it? Did we place it already? Medium. And Bernie stays here. Wooden baskets left. They are nice. They are high. No, yeah. I mean, wooden baskets. It's like also Slovenian tradition, right? We have to keep Slovenian traditions on. So maybe for Slovenians it's important. Okay, what do you think about this? We also have to put here one, food for people. One is missing. Do we agree with that? Okay, we're united. We're united. What is if we do high rated? Which one? You want to go on diet? No food for people?
Wooden baskets should be lower, I hear.
Okay. Lower. Okay, great. We did great.
I think so.
Ready for the third question? Okay. The final thought. Now think of your own business. How would you valorize the viticulture waste through your own field of activity?
So we have people in construction, people in energy, people in food and biomass. So think from that corner. Yes.
Paper. Yes, we forgot that one. Of course we can make paper out of wood.
It's another material, yeah.
Yes? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. We have to add it. Where would you put it if you would have to prioritize it? Very high. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And paper you can recycle again. So several lives, more than energy.
Can be, yes. But we are now on the third question. It's a very light question. You don't need to make any commitments like, I will do this. It's very light. Just think, like brainstorm. Oh, actually, I could use grappa. Or I could use my baskets, my wooden baskets for something. Or I don't know, you can come up with some new solutions. We had before a presentation from Bioactive. Are they still here? Where? Oh, okay. I will leave them at the meeting. But they are using also the residual waste from wine in their fertilizer. So you could see the difference what residual waste from wine makes on how high the grass grows. You could see the result.
At Vesna, we're here in Blue City. There are lots of companies who actually make bio-based materials.
Oh,
Bio-based
yes.
panels. So if I was from Blue City, I would probably say, what would you do? Then they would make bio-based materials.
Oh, this is absolutely great, place where we are now at. They make leather out of mango. You can make leather also out of grapes.
And leather out of tomatoes, they do here.
Yes.
Biofilica.
Yes.
They make coffins to bury people from mycelium.
Actually, you can see the material there. You see the grass growing out of this, like a wall, white wall. This is actually made from mushrooms. It's mycelium from mushrooms. It's really nice. In the food panel, you heard talking Leon from Fat and Lazy, the circular beer. So they also have the residual waste. This residual waste is sweetened water. And they use this sweetened water to create plastics here. And they use this sweetened water to grow mushrooms. And from these mushrooms, they make these isolation materials, construction material. Everything is happening in here. So from grapes also. Okay, so if there is no answer, then keep this question and take it home as a teaser. Think about it. I'm pretty sure that if you use this question, if you put yourself a quest to utilize the waste from viticulture, you will find a solution, for sure. Okay, but in the beginning, I introduced you to the circular winery Kokol from Maribor. Do you know what solution they found? Why they are circular? So what they do is they targeted grape seeds. They collect them and they press them and they collect a really high quality oil. After pressing, they are left with pressed
A quick
residual.
look on your left. That's the oil. You can taste and sample it later.
Yes. After pressing, they are left with this residual that they don't discard, but they mill it into the flour.
Look on your right again. Ta-da!
So this flour you can use for making bread or other things. So this is the beauty of circular economy. They not only that they sell wine, now they also sell oil and they sell flour. This is how we can create value. But what I liked about the winery is that they keep searching for new solutions. So they are still left with some residues, and they want to find circular solution on how to valorize it further. So this brings me to 2 points, 2 concluding points. The first one is circular economy is a never-ending story. So there is always something we can add to our activities to make it more circular, to make it more sustainable. This is why I named my company What Else? There's always something else. And it's a beautiful story, and it is exciting story because it asks for our creativity, innovativeness, and it's beautiful because we create an impact, and nothing is more beautiful than that. It is important how we make the energy. It is important what kind of materials we use to build a house or to brew a beer. But even more important ingredient to circular economy is community. And we heard that already at your panel, Nina, around energy. It's about making partnership. Lindy also shared it with Peel Pioneers. Igor also mentioned it. It's the community, it's partnerships. And why is that? This is because we cannot do everything alone by ourselves. So the winery Kukol cannot make wine and oil and flour and wooden baskets and leather and paper and medicine and supplements. They cannot do this only by themselves. They need to partner. So for the end, I would really like to thank you for your brilliance. And please, let's stay connected. Let's partner together. Also with Holland Circular Hotspot. With SDBP, let's make connection and future beautiful stories. Thank you. If you want to chat with the winery Kukol, they speak German, they speak Slovenian. If anyone wants to talk to them in English, we are glad to translate.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that. Judging by the applause, I think you all did. So now we have a special workshop, the second one, to energize you and show you the meaning of connection in business. It seems, you could say, archaic, but at the end of the day, when you ask people what is that spark that actually makes business happen, is not that you have the most benefits from the other person, but that there is that extra little spark. So wine helps as well. You have it over there. I would like to give the torch to a very special guest of ours, Mr. Patrick.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, here we go. So first of all, some thank yous to their excellencies today, of course, to all the ladies and gentlemen in the room. I'd also like to thank Luca and Rock, the man over there. Thank you for the support. Yeah. And you know, I'm impressed. I've been doing stuff for 40 years now, and what an amazing day and amazing people. You know, so Dober dan, goedemiddag. Ich freue mich. It's a pleasure and an honor. I think there's a great potential. I also want to say thank you to a couple things I noticed today. So I think I got Eric on my list there with the sales. You guys remember that? the sails on the big boats, you know, because I like the water. I love the boats. So let's give some applause to all the innovations here today. Eric, yay, I love it. I tell you, man, if I had 100 tankers, I'd give them to you, bro. You know, I don't, though, but I would, right? And then what I really loved a lot, also, Mitya with the soil and the fertilizers over there. So let's give them a round of applause. And then, of course, the speaker right before me, Vesna. Arigato gozaimasu, wherever she may be. She's an angel. There's so many angels in the room. So I wanted to thank you for that, yeah. And also the family over here, Coco, that do the wine and stuff. Give them applause. They got their daughter here. Oh, with the whole family, you know. So, you know, I think sometimes we forget how important we are. And sometimes we forget. So you guys, we bow deeply to the circular economy and all your expertise and all your innovation. We're proud of you guys, okay? And I'm here to talk about something also important. How about circular humanity? In case you haven't heard about it, I invented it last night. Why is it so important? Because what we say for humanity, that we should start our days together and we should finish our days together. We believe we should have energy, joy, connection, and trust from sunrise in the east to sunset in the west, right? Now, do we always have that every day of our lives? No. Does all the hard work and all the things happening in the world sometimes take us down? It does. Yeah? And how important is it when you're down to have at least one friend that listens from the heart and gives you what you need? Is that important? Okay. So what we're going to show you is that we've spent 18 years trying to find a way to establish that quality that our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents understood. They may have had a lot less 100 years ago in Slovenia, but they were more happy, I think, some of them. And today we have so much, and our happiness is elusive. So we've combined philosophy and technology in a circular system that you can institute in any environment, in any language, and in any culture, in a step that's only going to take 4 minutes to feel the goodness of your friends. Is that okay to try out today? Circular humanity. So here we go. So we're going to start together. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to all together going to say goodbye to the streaming online participants, because they're going to jump into a virtual room where they're going to do this exercise in a digital space, in the cloud, while we do this exercise in the room. Is that pretty cool? So on the count of 3, we're all going to say goodbye to the internet, right? So 1, 2, 3, goodbye internet. Off they go, right? Okay, so now I'm going to take a little bit of time and give you some instructions. So the important thing is I'm going to invite you guys, and that's everyone in the room is invited. You know, if you're on your computer and you're busy, if you're on your phone and you're busy, that might be okay, but I'm going to ask everyone as you engage to walk over to somebody who's lonely and say hello, right? And maybe they look up from their computer and maybe they do this one little tiny magical thing that we learned when we were 1 or 2 days old. They smile. And that smile, does it not change everything? I think it does, right? So this group here, I'm going to ask you the following. I'm going to ask you guys to get up and kind of move to the periphery here and stand with everyone else, because the exercise we do now is going to be a little bit with movement, and I need you standing up. Is that okay for you guys? So stand up and get into the circle out there. Find a table, find some friends. Onegaishimasu, please, there you go. Arigatou gozaimasu, yeah, thank you. And then when you're out there, I'm going to give you the instructions, okay? Thank you. Okay, here's the first thing you're going to do out there, okay? So please, here you go, right? So here's my first request to re-energize the audience after lunch. So the first request is that find one friend, and with that one friend, give them hellos and greetings from the heart. Dober dan, goedemiddag. Find one friend and hold on to this friend because I want you to stay with this friend. Everybody grab one friend. Do it now. One friend. Do it. One friend. If you don't have a friend, raise your hand. Come over here. We find a friend. One friend. Here you go. Here, there's somebody sitting right here. Grab him. Here, your friend. Hey, grab a friend. Thank you. Okay. Anybody does not have a partner? We're good. Okay. Voila. Thank you. So thank you. Let me have your attention back. Thank you. Voila. Prosim. So, did you notice the energy comes instantly, right? When you have the courage to approach another human being, it's in our nature that we will light up with energy, okay? So, what I want to show you now, though, is if you thought that was nice, I want to show you the 4 steps to having the most amazing conversation you've had all year. 4 steps, 4 minutes, the most amazing conversation you've had all year at a quality that you rarely have experienced. Are you ready to try? Ready to try, right? Ready to try. Now here it is. This is important, right? What we're going to show you is a protocol. So His Excellency, the ambassadors, they know protocol, diplomatic protocol. There's a protocol also used in hostile environments of conflict, okay, for warring parties. And the protocol I'm about to show you, some of these protocols have been used in conflict resolution environments, including Israel and Palestine. Okay, I want to tell you, there's a reason that both parties follow the protocol 100%. Why? If they break protocol, what happens? They walk away. They walk away. So when you engage now with each other, these 4 steps in these 4 minutes, put all your attention in the 4 minutes. If you're going to put in for someone else in the world, be it for circular economy or sustainability, be it for hunger like last night, if you only put in 1% of your attention, how much are you going to get back? 0, because 1% is not enough, right? So put your attention, and we're going to walk through slowly once, and then we're going to walk through quickly a second time. And then you're going to be in this higher state, and you're going to go, wow, why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we do that? Why don't we do that every time we come together, right? So I'm going to show you these steps. But here's the important part. We're going to use technology. So at least one of you needs a smartphone. So one of the two needs a smartphone. If I had my phone, I would give you my phone. But one of you needs a smartphone, okay? At least one of you. If both of you have a phone, you can learn how to use it, but everyone has one smartphone. And then I'm going to get you guys up on the process, okay? And the process that you're going to walk through, and I'll take these young ladies here, the 2 of you, as an example, right? So are you already like best friends? You know each other? You're like best friends, okay. Well, what's going to happen now is you're going to elevate your relationship in 4 minutes, and I'll check in on you afterwards to see if it worked, okay? So you're my check case, right? Now here's the thing, right? If you're with a friend, if you learn how to do these 4 steps, but the most important ones is to share. right? They sometimes say sharing is caring, right? So if you can share while they listen, and they can share while you listen, that's really important. But the second piece is, can you appreciate? Not for what they do, but for who they are. Can you try, right? So those two steps. Now what we also add is a smile at the front and a smile at the back, because the smiles do make a difference. You know, I've got some friends, I hope there's no Germans in the room, but I got German friends, and when they smile, they look like this. It can be scary, right? But when they use this protocol, they do this. They try, you know, and people don't smile a lot, you can kind of tell, right? So we're going to put you through that protocol, and we're going to use the QR code. So on the next page, I'll put the QR code up, and you're going to use your phone to scan the QR code. That's going to put you into our platform on an app, right? And then I'm going to control what happens after that. But I'm going to wait till everyone gets on the platform. If you're having some difficulties with the QR code, you know, raise your hands, we'll try to help you. As long as one of you, both of you get in, you're going to be fine. You see what I mean? You guys ready to go? Give me some nods. Oh, hell yeah. If you're from Texas, you say, hell yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, here we go. So here's the QR code. Okay, so go ahead and scan that. And as you scan that, you're going to come into the platform, right? And you'll be there with your partner. If you both scan, only one of you scan, it's okay, right? You scan that QR code, and here's my thing. I'm going to rejig that. So on the right, you can see my lobby. So my phone now looks like your phone. Can you see that? This is like when Apple does a show, and Apple shows the screen of the phone. Look at this. You're seeing the same thing. Look. You can see there's 18 of you in there. 18. See that? Is that cool? So the good thing about technology is it scales. If we needed 3,472 people to solve SDG 17, and whoever knows what SDG 17 is, there you go, right? You win an award, right? So here goes. So how do we take 23 of you guys now, 25. So I'm going to wait for a second, and then I'm going to put us through these two steps. So what you'll see is I'm going to click the list, and then, oh, there we go. We got all your names. You know, sometimes people call themselves Batman or George Washington, you know, or something like that. But there's 26 of you guys in there. So I'm going to put you guys in this first flow. And what's important the first time you do something in your life is pay attention, because we don't want it to become dangerous, right? We don't want you to hurt yourself. So be careful, pay attention to my voice, and pay attention to the screens, and you're going to be fine. Are you guys ready? Hell yeah, there we go. So we're going to get you ready. So here comes step one. I'm going to put you in the flow. Up, back it up. Here we go. You're going to answer a question. Here goes the flow. 1, 2, 3, go. So now you're going to see your screen shift. And now you see step one is smile, be happy, and say hello. Yay, look, you're doing the hugs. Well done. Okay. Voila. Yeah, so thank you. Okay, finish your done buttons now. When you're done, hit the done button. Voila, voila. So you'll see waiting for your partners, because look, all these partners now are your collaborating friends, right? Can you solve the circular economy by yourself? No, right? So here now, thank you. Prosim. Voila. Danke veel. So here, that was easy. It was good. It was intentional because you had instructions that said, smile, be happy, and say hello. That's very simple, right? So now, I got one group not finished. If you're collaborating on something as essential as energy in the world, and one of your groups isn't with you, what do? You got to wait. Because how can you collaborate if they're somewhere else? You have to wait till everyone's together. Are we together? Are we together? So then, give me your attention. Step 2. Here we go. Ow. Do that. And we're done. Share why we are here with each other. Please, go ahead. Proceed. Okay, 1 more minute to go. Voila, you're finished already. Thank you. Thank you. 45 seconds to go. 11 are finished. We'll wait for the others. Thank you. Voila. Danke veel. Thirty seconds to go. Thank you. Okay. Voila. Okay. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Please finish. Thank you. Thank you. Voila. Okay, let me get your attention. Are we still in protocol? Are we still in protocol? Are you losing your connection? Hello, over here. Thank you. So please, give me your attention. This next step is the most important step in all of the relationships in your life, especially your business relationships. So let me get your attention. 24 of 24. You ready? Are you ready to go? Okay, next to last step. Do this with your partner. Do this with your best friend. Very, very lovely. Share appreciation now with each other. Do it. Okay. Keep going, you have time. 30 seconds. Thank you. Hey, the first hugs. I like it. Voila. Voila. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Please finish. Voila. Thank you, thank you. Give me your attention. Finish your done button. 11, 12, 13. Go, go, go. 14, 15. Come on. 16. You got it. Let's finish. 17, 18. Come on. Danke. Danke veel. Thank you. Prosim. Prosim. Come on, guys. Thank you. Finish your buttons. Thank you. And here are the last of the 4 steps. Don't ever be in a hurry, because you feel the warmth now, right? You feel the energy. respect the energy of the group, not just of your own energy, you know? Because if you're going to collaborate, you need everyone to feel included. So please, your attention. Prosim. Prosim. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. And you get to finish with a smile. Please. Up, hit it again. Oh, I'm stuck. Just reload. Thank you. Technology. And, oh, the internet. I dropped the internet. Okay. Okay, smile. Oh, okay, smile and finish with your friend, please. Okay. 3, 2, 1. And voila. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Applause, everyone. Applause, applause. Well done. Thank you. Woo, 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 woo. You did it. Okay. And thank you. So here's what's going to happen. Thank you. So the important thing is human connection is probably the most valuable thing in our lives. But as you can tell, if that energy is unbridled, uncontrolled, not focused, we end up where we are in the world today. You can't get action because people don't pay attention. Because they believe that what's now going on in the pair of two is more important than the collective group of 40. Right? So what we're trying to show you is don't just chit-chat and take the energy and the time from everyone else in the room. Right? So if you could listen. Can you feel that? Now, is there more power in the silence or more power in the loudness? There's more strength in the silence. But do we do that with our friends? Do we take the time to breathe and to slow down and just be there, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to trust in all of your ability to do this all by yourself one more time. But I have to apologize because you're going to do it with a new friend. So please say goodbye to your current friend. Please do that. Okay, thank you. Keep your phones out. Get with a new friend, please, a new partner. One new partner, please. Yeah, get to go one more time. Grab your new partner if you can. I hope I don't lose you guys now. New partner. Thank you. Well done. Got new partners? Okay. Keep your phone out. I hope you guys can do this. It's a try. Oh my God, I think we're going to lose you guys. Yes. One more partner. Okay. I'm by myself. Okay. I've got no one left in there, so here we go. Okay, so thank you. Here we go. So listen, what we're going to do now is I want you to share with your new partner, in case you're with a new partner, just share your final word out of the exercise together. You know, from your heart, just say, hey, listen, I want to tell you, here's my final thought I'm going to share. We're not going to put you through another exercise. You guys are exercised to death. You have circulated yourself enough today. So here's my wish. Briefly share your final words. Then you give me your attention, and I will close our part of the day by sharing a gift we have brought with us for you. Okay, so briefly share your final words with your friend, and then give me your attention. Please go. Okay. Voila. Thank you. Here we go. Well done. Applause for everybody. Applause, applause. Voila. There you go. So thank you. Thank you. So, thank you. You guys are wonderful. Thank you very much. Look at that. Love and hugs in the back. Love each other, huh? Slovenia. That's why it's got love in its name, right? Thank you. So listen, here we go. Let's have your attention. Prosim. Thank you. So first of all, thank you for, at a day like today, for the energy and the focus and the attention for your friends. We're going to set up at the networking tables a little QR code thing, right? That's going to allow you, if you wanted to say, hey, I'm a little bit shy. Can we just do the QR code and follow instructions and have a short connect together, right? I bet you if you're selling something at one of these tables, if you had a deep connection to the people that want to buy, are you going to sell more or less? You're going to sell more, right? So that connection is important. We also have a gift for you. So if you go to our booth back there, everybody, we have a card that you can take home. And that card will allow you to reuse that process anywhere you like, with any group of people. You could be on a Zoom call with 3 people and it's really boring and it's really no progress, and you say, here, QR code, and I bet you 4 minutes later, everyone is focused, okay? So give it a try. Come to our booth. We'll give you a free card. And thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you for putting up my name and project on the stack.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you also everybody for connecting with each other and trying out this technology, which could be useful for the future, also for your organizations. Yes. So now we're going to come to the final thing before I let you guys go to talk about anything you want. And that is, of course, the people without whom we cannot do such an event. And that is, of course, our sponsors. So the first one has already been on this stage. Thanks also to Freek, who invited them so gloriously to the stage, which is, of course, Agra. So I would personally say that Agra is one of the key opportunities that you have the opportunity here to continue with. Afterwards, you will be able to discuss it also directly with them. we're trying then to bring the Dutch companies to Slovenia as we have brought the Slovene companies to the Netherlands. The idea here is we're also in communication with the Dutch Enterprise Agency, the RVO as the Dutch know it, in order to try to get some funding for at least the travel expenses for the Dutch companies that would arrive to Slovenia. They have a few programs open in this field, and we're trying to communicate with them as much as possible, so you will have also an easier time entering our tiny little slice of land. But next up, I would like to ask Climate Kick for a few words. Thank you.
Yes, can everyone hear me right? Perfect. So first, I really want to thank SDBP for putting up this event. It's been really great, and I heard some great panels, great discussions. And what I heard echoing in this room throughout the whole day was the need and the possibility in partnerships, in collaboration, also cross-sectoral collaboration, and finally, the willingness and the huge potential in learning from each other. And this is exactly what we are trying to do with the EIT Climate Kick community. We are the largest community of climate leaders in the EU, and we are encompassing universities, research institutions, NGOs, cities, SMEs, and finally also larger organizations. And because of this wide variety of backgrounds, we have cultivated an unrivaled breadth of knowledge and expertise in sustainability. And we are leveraging this to transform regions, cities, and value chains together. And yes, of course, for that, we have our core principles being action-based and having a systems approach that allow us to be drivers in transformative climate innovation. Where's the clicker? Oh, yeah, sorry. But I think we'll be fine like this, yeah? So, of course, I talked a bit about what is the community, but it's also important, I know, for everyone to know what kind of value you can gain from joining our community. At the core of everything we do is of course, connecting, matching connections, matching ourselves to the members of the community, and collaborating radically. And by doing that, we can do a lot of things. For instance, we can learn together. We can do this by co-creating solutions, by basically sharing our insights and our experiential knowledge about our projects. We can also mobilize funding together and create investment opportunities together. After that, of course, Climate Kick has been around for a long time, very connected with the EU, so we can share our knowledge about the changing EU policy landscape and emerging markets within the EU with our community members. And last but not least, we can together create solutions to pre-existing demand. We can seek and create solutions together to bridge the gap between climate commitments and actions that we're trying to do and what we are experiencing right now, what is reality. And without further ado, I'm trying to keep this very short, but if you have any questions, just come up to me later on. Of course, you can get in contact with us by scanning this QR code or visiting the site up there. Of course, you will have access to this later on, from what I understand. And thank you for your attention and your great participation during this whole event.
Yes, indeed. You will have all of the information after the event. It will be uploaded to our SDBP platform. Apologies. But of course, one of the key 4 pillars, I would say, for all companies that would be interested in joining SDBP or are simply interested in entering either the Slovene or the Dutch market is the members that we have. So we have members in legal, we have members in accounting, we have members in marketing, and we have members in logistics. So I would say we're a one-stop shop if anybody wants to start exporting to either countries. But why am I mentioning this? Because I would like to invite the marketing experts on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. I need a clicker? Yes. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. And I would like to thank Patrick, who warmed us a little bit, so we are now much more relaxed and we can listen to the stories that are nice, beautiful, emotional, and it's the part of every one of us who are trying to do the best business and to be connected in a market and to the other people. So today I'm going to show you how do we work through the meaning of the sustainable marketing. And I would like to ask you, what do you think is a sustainable marketing? Is it maybe something that helps company to sustain how to work with creative agencies? No, it's a joke, it's a joke. Actually, this is a quite effective tool, and which helps companies to sell their sustainable ideas. And how do we do this? Is, first of all, they have to go to the 4 important filters. And this is compliance, efficiency, values, and through the holistic approach. I'm not going to show you today the whole theory of sustainable marketing, but I just wanted to show you that this is not just a simple way as we did marketing in the past, because it had to align with your values in a circular economy and your promises in the sustainable world. And if you do that, it's very important that you have a good story, because with a good story starts everything. It starts the journey of your life, the journey of your business, and it's the only way how you can introduce yourself and your products to the world. So I would like to share with you how we do this in our studio. And I'm going to show you 3 short cases. The first is 1230. It was a startup, and when we met, their product looked like this. What do you think is that? For? Cosmetics. Yes? Yes. So, joke. Okay. Yeah. Sort of. Good answers. Actually, they are producing sustainable hotel cosmetics. And they started like this, and they have several issues because the shape of their product was a little bit questionable about the durability, the packaging, and how to introduce that to the market. They have challenges in a sales strategy and also in the marketing. And today, they look like this. They are now fully equipped with the story, the brand, the packaging, the promotion, and the sale on the global market. And beside that, we were awarded together last year on a European Design Awards in 2023. So it's a great story. Thank you. Thank you. The next case is a German company, VCG AI. They had a technology challenge because they do the value chain generator, which combines company, matches company in the circular economy. They had a very complex story, and it was difficult to explain to the market how and what do they do. So we helped them with the development of the brand and their brand story. So today they're a very, very successful company, and they are working in 18 different countries in Europe, and they are also penetrating in a global market in a very fast way. So, and I couldn't go and not to tell you just the fresh news. Yesterday, we just found out the fresh news that we again gained the award, the European Design Award for brand Lotti. It's food supplements for women, and This is also a wonderful story because they penetrated on a market which is full of food supplements, and we had to make a difference. We have to make competitive advantages visible, attractive to the market, and we developed the brand name, the brand strategy, and the packaging, and also the guidelines for the promotion, and we gained this prestigious award. So we are very happy to see that our product is helped our business partner in such a way. So thank you. Thank you. So I would like to thank you for your attention today. Here just a short overview of some of our business partners we are proud of. We have many more of them, and each of them are very important to us, and we take them very seriously and very personal. So because we believe that with no personal connection and understanding of their deep story could not be a success, and this is our strong belief in that. So I would like to invite you to join us on a journey to design a better planet, which is our statement and our goal. And if anybody would like to talk about any kind of that kind of challenges, I would kindly invite you to find me, talk to me. I would be happy to help you. Thank you so much.
We can speak from personal experiences that SDBP truly helped us upgrade. We have 20 years of history as SDBP, but they were the ones to upgrade our logo and all of our visuals. But of course, a lot of times in business, you face a wall, and there's no way around it. And when you face a wall like that, you need a maverick who's gonna smash through it or show you the way around it. So to that end, I would like to invite the people who do this every day, High Water.
Luca, thank you. First of all, yes, of course, working. First of all, it's very hard to explain what you work when you don't know what you're doing. So this is an example of how we start. What do you see? But what does dot mean? Idea, people, more. More. Yes, more, and everything, right? So, like always, we start with one step, one people, one connection, one idea, what everything. It's always a first start. But the biggest problem, like Luca said, is then we get, let's go forward, yeah. Then you get a lot of ideas, a lot of people, a lot of connections, and it's messy. It's very simple, and actually there's a lot of, how to say, regular things, but what to do with that? What do you do with that? So a lot of times in our life we come to the like I said, to the wall, and we are the one who bring, like Patrick brings energy to the things, we bring color to things. So we put a little bit of color to that. So we always say like we are like a business artist as well. So a lot of times the context of where we are to bring people, bring ideas, needs to fit together, so it's a nice picture. And actually this is what we do as a High Water, together with Dennis and a lot of partners which are representing here, and yes. And the companies we are representing here is factory which produces wooden and aluminum wooden doors. The wish is for the company to bring the doors to happy homes here in Holland. The company is already present in Swiss, Germany, Austria, Slovenia, and the one who knows how to bring us here, happy to call us. Then the second one, we are a strong believer of health. Being entrepreneur, being founder, we always touch some, let's say, ground where it needs to be, you need to be happy to pull the things up. And Kisikon created a concept how to make regeneration of your body faster with the chamber and with the help of oxygen. So everyone in the health industry helping us to bring to Rotterdam one example, call us right away. Next one. And a lot of times on the long distance, we have problems to maintain some very difficult parts as a machinery. So the company we represent helps us with the VR, how to maintain some difficult machineries around the world. So when you have problems with the big, let's say, technology industry facilities to maintain, we have the solution for that. And of course, how we do that? We do that in a very simple manner, bringing people together, be smile, have a good wine, like Cocotte, and that's it. And thank you, SPDFT, for everything and all the community we have here. Thank you.
You have seen them before, you have heard them before, you love them and you clapped to them. There are actually the other half that actually made this possible. At the end of the day, we are very, very grateful to them because when things got most difficult, they were the ones to add the strength necessary for everybody to be here today, and hopefully that a lot of business has been and will be created. And that is, of course, Holland Circular Hotspot. I would like to ask them that they tell you what they do on the operational level, so you know exactly who is the problem solver you are searching for in case you need one.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to ask my whole team to come here, that you see it's not just one guy here, but also Stephanie and Anka, Delilah, Agathe, Vesna, come here. So while they walk here, just some background. You know the Netherlands is crazy. We want to be fully circular in 2050. But it doesn't make sense to create a circular island of the Netherlands if the rest of the world goes down the drain. So we need the world to be circular, and that's what we do. We reach out internationally to make circular economy happen everywhere. And we bring the story of the government, the story of Knowledge Institute, and the story of business. And it goes from a network to communities, from communities to initiatives, and from initiatives to sustainable, viable business models. That's what we do. Here we have France, Canada, Netherlands, Indonesia, Romania. We connect internationally because we speak the language, we have a network. What we do missions, incoming, outgoing. So this is an incoming mission for us. And of course, we will be back at Agra Fair after summer. We do workshops. If you need a partner here, connect us. We know the network in the Netherlands better than everybody else. So we can link you up. We can set up workshops. We can have the regulatory field, market studies. Stephanie, please help me. So if you talk about circular economy too much in general, it becomes very vague as climate change. So we make it tangible by talking about circular agri-food, circular batteries, chemical recycling. What do we have? Infrastructure. So we can make circular economy happen. So if any questions, we can do it in the Netherlands. We can bring companies to Slovenia, but we can also work together on European international projects. So look us up. Great to be with you.
You're welcome. And finally, you have already tasted some Slovene wines, and I know they have an extra amount of bottles, so please go back there. But we also, of course, have to honor our speakers for today. And that came in the form from the Winery Association of Slovenia, who very kindly, last minute, got us some proper wine selections for all of the speakers. So of course, after we finish this part, I'm going to open the meetings